welcome. Let's get this stream rolling. Gonna mess around with the Amazon a little bit more today, probably, is what I'm thinking. I need to figure out how much this shit's gonna cost. Oh, excuse me. These fucking gloves are so expensive. What's up? What's up? Oh no, is that happening right now? All right, I'll keep it up. Oh damn. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I was thinking about other stuff. Hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. I really want to know if they did all this on purpose, if this is how they want their game. Because I know Steel Mage was saying like if this is how they want their game, he's not interested in playing it anymore. I'm I'm kind of feeling the same. I'll just stick to PoE one. Yep, I'm quite curious. Damn. 24 exalts for that shit for the 5 link. Jewel. Shit. Hell yeah, man. Enjoy. It is so fucking strong. It is so strong. I also found out that that stomping ground rune on Rake scales off of like everything, basically. Physical damage, one hand damage, increased damage, area damage. It gets crazy. And this fucking ascendancy is so damn tanky, it's a joke. And the animation cancel still works, by the way. I don't know if you plan on doing this build or not, but it's so fast too. If you animation cancel right, you just hold Rake and tap parry. And that's it. Yeah. I would definitely recommend trying this. You don't even need a good weapon. You don't need anything. You just need a spear, Rake, and stomping ground. That's it. And you keep Rake level 3. Wait, if you haven't tried it yet, holy hell, dude. It's so smooth all the way until Act 3. But hey, if you're having fun with Raw and Slam, you continue having fun for sure. I know they buffed it. I saw someone doing like a rolling slam Herald of Ash, and the fire damage was exploding everything. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, currently there's 2 lightning spear builds for the Huntress, but both of them are a little too expensive right now. One of them is super expensive, and that's like a poison stacking one. That's like 3 divines right now to get going, but it's good all the way up, all the way up. Then there's the regular lightning spear, which require those electrocute gloves to really get going. Which those are like 10 to 15 exalts right now, which I don't have, but eventually I will. Oh, absolutely, dude. I'm even right now at in Act 4. I face tank bosses. I don't even move. I don't give a shit. It don't matter. This ascendancy is just too damn tanky compared to everything else. And then wait until you actually. I'm not sure if you're going Katava or not, but it's hilarious. Like you can literally resist cap yourself in Act 2, full resist cap, 75, 75, 75 in Act 2. And then when you get your second ascendancy, When you get your second ascendancy, you can either choose to go for a Cloak of Flame for physical damage taken as fire and grab the Forged in Flame, or you can grab the white armor and get 25% physical damage taken as fire damage. Either one of those, you're going to feel so incredibly tanky. Like, so tanky, it's hilarious. Man, this fucking maze. Wonder if I can tank this guy. Yeah, I can tank him. Maybe. Depends on how much damage he does to you.
How many more will I have to kill before this is through?
Oh, almost. One more skill point. And I get a huge boost in damage. But yeah, all of my damage is coming from that stomping ground. Yeah, and it scales off of strength, so you can strength stack. What the fuck? That fire actually hurts a little.
No warrior.
And then it also scales off of like increased physical damage, increased area damage, damage with one-handers, flat damage. It also scales off of like brutality support gem. Like all that shit scales it, which I had to test because I couldn't find any information online whether it scaled or not. So I had to go test it in like Path of Building and mess around with it. I'd like to eventually go a Thorns build for this though, but I haven't really been able to find a good guide for that, and I might just try to make one, put it together, and see if I can make it work.
I need more time. A Karui soul from my collection. You shall die slowly. Your meaningless life ends now. These spirits are mine. Rend your turn. You cannot stop me. I require your aid, Assyria.
Figure out how much that'll do. Not much. And as long as I parry when he does his shotgun, none of it does any damage to me. That's fucking funny. People are saying parry shit. I don't know, man. I've been using it, and it's been feeling pretty damn good. You just have to use it at the right time. Woo.
Intrusion will be punished. Service open. Your name has long been maligned.
Yeah, I've definitely felt like parry's been pretty damn good. You can't use it on all mobs and shit, obviously. But it's really good on bosses.
No warrior.
Hello, hello. Welcome. We leveling up a warrior.
Put the Eternals back in their graves.
yeah, thanks for the follow. What the shit? So do you play? What build are you going? Did you finally find one that works? There doesn't seem to be very many of them this season, this league. Easy, easy, easy. Mm-hmm. That's pretty good. No resist on it, but I don't. Doesn't really matter. Hmm. Easy, easy.
Hunt with the first ones, old
The damage isn't too high, but
you.
hopefully it'll start scaling. Boom, 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 boom. One up.
Corruption has twisted these wilds beyond recognition. Heal yourself! Is that what's been eating our cattle? You won't get away from me. Rage all you want, beast. I'm not ready.
Oh shit, that fucked me up. Mm.
One less danger to threaten our home.
It's a lower block chance, but it has life on it. Mm. Mm. Oh, which one? Oh, did you actually ended up getting one? I didn't know you had one. That's awesome.
He lives up to his reputation.
Did not know you ended up getting one. Good shit though.
Yes, please. I will treasure it.
I remember you saying something about how expensive it was. Like it was super duper crazy expensive. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I think I remember you saying something about the helmet. So you got your build down to like a one button build finally. But yeah, that bow's crazy as shit for that. Trying to see. Hmm.
Yes.
Damn.
I have a different plan.
Yeah, that is true. I kind of need that, don't I? I need a couple more points really quick. Hell yeah. Yeah, I wonder if there is some way you can deal with that.
Yes. Back to the forge with this one.
Yeah, and then you could eventually go acrobatics. That way you can that way you can evade AoEs and shit, which is super nice. And you don't actually lose that much evasion from this. You'd be surprised. The math is weird on it. The math's super weird. Nope, nope. You only lose like what was it, like 10% evasion or something like that. The math doesn't math correctly. It's pretty wild. Yeah, it'd probably take you down to like 65% evasion, but it would be 65% chance to evade all hits, which that includes sweeps, slams, AoEs, all that shit. It's super strong. Trying to decide where to go next. I feel like I should probably go down here and grab the iron reflexes. What I could. Yeah, I would recommend trying it out sometime if you have enough skill points and then you're like over there, you know. See how much it lowers it. Yeah, I noticed. I was watching a YouTube video on someone who was playing the Huntress build, and they go that critical strike node that gives you more critical strike based on your like over accuracy basically. And apparently, the amount of crit that it shows on the tooltip of your abilities is completely wrong. Like, completely wrong. Like, he was showing one of his spear throws or something like that, and it was showing like 11%, and then underneath it, it had like 115% in crit chance. And apparently, it's like not even close to what it's showing. Yeah, he was like, this shows that I have like 120 something chance to crit, when in fact the correct math is that he ended up being at like 55% chance to crit. Like that's how off it is. So it's a bit unfortunate.
Stay on it. I can't yet.
Fucking hell, how far are we going?
Don't lose him now. He's our target. Strike fast. Don't give it a chance to recover. You were no worry. Death is not revenge enough for what you've done.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Stop me from enacting vengeance.
What the fuck is this? Rise and fall monster 4 times. Fall monsters gain an additional modifier each time it revives. Contains no other items. Okay, let's fucking do it.
Power. Weakling.
Oh shit, what's the final form gonna be? Oh, explode corpses, whatever. Easy. Oh, that's actually really nice. Yeah, I need to get some rubies with like 7% increased block chance with like 1% increased maximum fire resist kind of shit. Dang.
I need more time. I'm not ready.
Yeah, the range fuckers hurt, dude. I can sit here and face tank melee attacks from a boss, but then a regular white mob, ranged white mob with a bow, will chunk me. Which that shit's wild. I feel like that shouldn't be a thing. This fucking scaling is all kinds of screwed up.
Feel my wrath.
It's all these ranged assholes in here. They do too much fucking damage. That's not bad. It's more physical damage, higher crit, more attack speed. Just all around better, it looks like. I'm losing the accuracy, but we'll see if I even need that or not.
Face me!
Damn, okay. Fucking blue chest just drops 2 uniques. What the hell?
This was made by a skilled
Fuck even
craftsman.
is that? Oh, it's a blood magic helmet. Dude, that seems really good. That's like worthless. Probably too common. But that seems really good. Increase your critical hit chance for spells, and then it gives you blood magic as well. So that's like a that sounds pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's just common, but super strong. Someday they'll smoothen out the fucking edges of walls. Holy shit.
I'm not ready. Meek creature.
Also, I think it's in an hour and 5 minutes, right? So we still have some time. Yeah, 1 hour and 6 minutes for the interview. So we got time. We got time. Oh yeah, did you hear that what stance they're taking on the people that were using that ritual exploit? Ooh,
Heal yourself.
damn. They're fucking banning people for it. They said they're banning them and they're removing currency. So they're taking a firm stance on that shit. Good. It's obviously like a game breaking exploit. Like the bare minimum they should be fucking suspended for like 6 months. But yeah, they're going hard in that shit. They're not playing around.
Horrific. They're insane.
Motherfucker pushing me back up the lift. What the hell? I, I need an ability that breaks armor though. It's kind of frustrating.
Release the beast. Give me what you promised. Manipulative whore. How dare you abandon me after all I've given you? Breathing. My target.
Holy shit, he went right into this phase. I've never seen him go into this phase that quickly.
The eternal impure. With bloodlust empowered. Our enemy endured. But soon all were devoured.
Yep, I agree. And it's like it's like really obviously a game-breaking exploit that they're taking advantage of. It's like if you're doing this, you know you're fucking up. Like it's not right.
I smell your blood. I am ravenous. Requiem. Chilling frost. I smell your blood. And I am ravenous. You are hunted. Fang, tooth, and claw. Tortured under the moon. Suffered but
What level is it? I don't remember what the level of the first trial is. What was that? Yeah. Are you still doing the rolling slam? Because if so, I'm not 100% sure about the rolling slam. But if you're doing this rake build, easy. Easy as fuck. But I'm not sure about the rolling slam. Probably though, you're probably fine.
I smell blood.
You should be fine.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment. The madness
Come on now, hurry up.
my being. Oriana used it against me.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages from the desert.
From the Vastiri?
Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness.
As you wish. We must make haste. Let us return to
Fuck,
Kielfeld
man.
with our preparations.
I hate that shit. This fucking spear requires all 3 stats. Like, what the hell, man? Shit's so irritating.
Right, weaker. Still.
Stay safe.
If you find it, take a look. I'll find some use for it. Till next I've got. Go.
Not really any more sockets, huh? I'm definitely feeling the lack of sockets now. Definitely feel that shit. I have an orb of chance. Or what's worth chancing? Probably just keep doing stellar amulets. Astral Menace is still worth a shitload for some reason.
The com
Well, sir, we have arrived. A culture of warriors. Only the toughest survive here.
Oh fuck. Sneezing all over myself.
Cower!
Yeah, I need to find a shield with a shitload of block on it. Probably just wait until I get a little bit higher level.
Ready to hunt.
What's this dude doing? Just sitting here, staring at himself. There's nothing there, bruh.
Up there! Can't yet. I'm not ready.
Fuck, this bitch hurt, man.
I need more time. I need more time. The entire pack.
It is done.
You may try.
They're nomads, much like mine.
Hello.
So, we mark the trail.
Why have we stopped?
The Halani fight to the last.
What could they need so much metal for? You could outfit an army with a mine of this scale. A rarity, and all mine.
There are sounds. They are coming from somewhere. What could they be?
The miners. What happened here? Tower!
Get your ass whooped, bitch. Oh, damn. Yeah, man, that thing got their ass fucking kicked. Oh shit. That's not bad. I'll mess with that. The Wicked Quill. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to slap the shit out of her like that. That was funny. The fuck? Stop picking shit up. Yeah, that's kind of surprising.
I can't yet. I need more time. I'm not ready.
How do we?
It sure does a lot of damage for 80% fire resist. See if I can survive the suicide bomb she does. Guess you're not gonna do it.
Breathe it in.
Oh well. Yep. Just sit there and stack fire resist. That's it. Don't need any more resist from anywhere else. Just fire resist. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was telling you. Like, once you get that first ascendancy, you're res capped. So you're like in your level in your 20s and you're fully res capped. It's so busted.
This you have but for our city of the dead, let us.
35 minutes? 35 minutes until the end.
These statues are older than anything I've ever seen.
And I think, what was it? I did the second ascendancy, which the area is level 38. I'm pretty sure I did it at level 33. It was easy. Like, really easy. And that's, if you can get a cloak of flame. Yeah, the chaos temple. If you can get a cloak of flame, you go this, forged in flame. If you can't get a cloak of flame, this thing, then you go down here and you start working on your normal body armor, and you grab the where is it? This one here, molten symbol. This way, no matter what, if you're using the cloak of flame or not, a portion of physical damage taken is turned to fire, and it makes you super tanky. And then I'm not sure which build you're following, but pretty much the only max resist on the damn tree is here. It's because it Cloak of Flame converts 40% of physical damage taken as fire damage. So it's literally 40% of the damage, physical damage you take, is converted into fire, which you're going to have like 80% resist. It makes you so tanky. So tanky. And then I'm not sure which build you're going, but this down here is one of the only real passives on the tree that gives you maximum fire resist. And then your maximum fire resist is converted into the other resistances because of your ascendancy. Just my recommendation. I'm not sure if you're following a guide or not, or just kind of winging it. But that right there is like super powerful. Cloak of Flame, I think when I bought it, it was like 10x alts. So it's not too crazy expensive. And it's definitely worth it. It's not too bad. 30 minutes.
Let battle be
Yeah, basically the really big thing that I need is those fucking gloves. The plague finger gloves. All damage from his contributes to poison magnitude. That's some big shit. How's that fucking javelin called? I think they're the foiled ones, right? Pretty sure that's the foiled gear. Where the hell this build at? Okay. Where's that? Okay. There's it's at. It's a splinter. That's what it's called. Splinter of Lorath. Lorata. It's not too expensive. It's like one exalt. It's not bad. No big deal. Nice and cheap. The only thing that's expensive are the gloves, it looks like, and they're like 15 exalts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the like green outline on it is foiled item, which they had them in Path of Exile 1. They're from the reliquary, where you get the reliquary key and you go and you interact with the chest and it drops a random unique, that kind of thing.
More gates we must open.
So it just looks cooler in my opinion, because they have like a weird glow to them. In Path of Exile 1, they did in game as well. If I remember right, pretty sure they did.
My warriors will swarm them under.
So loud.
If you are trapped in hurry, browse as long as you like. I unburden you. Blessings.
Yeah, that shit definitely is super loud.
I will tell your tale.
Where's this garbage?
Speak up. I will tell your tale.
I have no idea.
Ah, for glory.
Yeah, I'm kind of just figuring it out as I go, and from the things that I see other people using, I'm not 100% sure. I think Quinn is one of the only ones I've seen going an actual melee version of this build, and his ass never has a fucking build up, so I have no idea what the hell he's doing. I know Ziz has a pretty good artillery ballista version of it. He was clearing T-15s and shit easily. He went and got his fourth ascendancy on hardcore, and it was a joke,
How does anyone
apparently.
live in
Like,
this
so easy. It was hilarious. What's that do? I'll go look it up. Inferno Calaspa. Yeah, that's super good. Yep, definitely, definitely want to get that. Yeah, it seems super worth. Has strength too, a whole bunch of armor. It's like everything on that is awesome. That is a really good one. Yes.
Feel my wrath.
This land of the dead has no
I'm
end.
dying. It's fucking windy as hell outside. I'm on animation cancel for being a bitch. Nice, nice. That was clean.
Dead, you're so defiled. Coward!
There we go. That's what I was after. Ooh, shit. Yeah, that's a really nice belt. Good shit. A bunch of armor on it too. Super worth. $13 minutes before the end. I wonder if I can stream it. It's always the question. I wonder if I can, because it's not known if you can or can't. I hate that shit. Cool, right to it. Yeah, that's what I figured, but we gonna see. The fuck is going on? Sitting there attacking it and my damage wasn't registering.
The Visteri Desert is a strange and deadly place.
Quite frustrating.
I need more time.
Face me!
I need more time.
Dong.
How could the Marrakesh abandon something like this? Is that a beetle? Impressive work.
Oh yeah. wonder if I can kill this fucking boss.
Did they really need all this to prove their faith?
What the hell is starting already? Ahead of schedule.
Up on our end.
Well, I think now is good. I'm gonna try to get a.
Okay.
Ooh, but I have echo when I speak. I think. Yeah, I can hear myself.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll just get.
Let's
audio
see.
to
Can I get it to work?
fix that.
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh, is he working?
A bit more. I mean, I can turn them up a little bit more. I can put them up to 170.
Okay.
So is that working? Can you hear it?
Kinda?
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that okay?
Dun, dun,
Hopefully that's all right.
dun.
Okay, everybody's saying good. And my comparative audio to them is
Right.
good?
All right.
Cool.
Okay, cool.
We watch.
Everyone's saying good. I just hope my OBS doesn't crash during this. Like, I've had some, like, OBS issues lately.
Okay.
So, hopefully not. But yeah. I'm ready to start. I'll do just, like, a quick
Go.
intro and then we go. But, yeah. Thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of Point 2. This is Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of GGG. And yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's always good to have a chat. Obviously it's a bit of a
Yeah.
contentious launch in some ways this time. So
Oh,
I'm sure
yeah.
there's going to be a lot of questions about that. But it's always good to have a chat.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, I do have a lot of questions. So I think we'll just get right into it.
Got some
A lot of
fruit
people are
snacks.
pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on. And obviously we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger, but I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that. Once again, I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that there isn't really like an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will make all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately, we want to get the smooth progression where you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. And you have to have that progression where you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. And so it really comes down to okay, if you're talking about a weaker
Yeah.
build, well, what build is it? And
Answered
then,
without
we'll be
answering.
looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. We just have to go through these things one at a time.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost
figured-
every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more like it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that works. So it's almost like the
Right.
reverse there. And I guess I'm curious, what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
I actually haven't measured that on the current version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. The number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the amount of time, doing that I might only do that like that full run like 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Like much more often I'm like either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But like as I said, I don't know that like the time. Like the thing is, the presupposition with this question is that like that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign, and the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's like if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? It's like the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So like that's why when we're like, okay, people are saying like we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's like, well, what amount of like I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's like here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you, and that may result in the areas becoming shorter. But making it shorter is not like it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. It's is the game good fun to play? So like that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things, and that's I think what puts us a little bit like when it comes to communication with the community, like people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever, but at the end of the day what we're looking at is just like, okay, you're obviously having a bad time, we want to fix that. So we're going to look at like here, like, so what we'll do is we'll be like, okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good, we'll look at Act 3, we'll look at the reasons why it might be bad, we'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time. Or in this case, it definitely will. Like it's shortened it by a lot. But to me, it's like the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, like this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or then the area doesn't like the area despawns and you're like you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do. And so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Biggest issue is fun is
Well,
relative
I
to
guess the
every
follow-up
single
to that
person. It's
was
different,
I, among with many others, were not expecting a nerf to
So
just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like
his
the intention
definition
was
of
to target
fun.
things at the top end. But there were
Yes.
so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here, and
Well,
a
the
lot.
first
Well,
the thing I would say about that.
I would like to finish.
Sure.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of
we
people are
weren't intending
wondering
to nerf
if
the campaign, to be clear.
that was going to be my
That was
question.
not our
Okay.
intention.
So
Yeah, we
so
were
we
not
should
we're
be
not
more
intending that. Like,
powerful than we
yeah.
currently are during the campaign then.
Well, that one I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because like that comes down to like okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like the as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. And like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf the no, it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get the like your items and stuff like that, like just the really trivial easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah.
Like speaking bluntly,
yeah,
right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both. Both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck up. Yes.
Those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for shit for like that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of like it's early access, so we're allowed. But we like are firing from the hip a lot here. And stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now? I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was for some reasons the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare. And then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it. But It was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right.
Um,
I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that if, and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like we have to find where they are because I don't like. I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think like that one just means that
I can give
there
examples.
might still be issues.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll go for it.
So
What are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're
But
talking,
hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
no, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay,
It's-
sure. But what I'm saying is that, but okay, but so this is an
Well,
example.
I think that has
But that's
changed.
just an example of something
Okay.
that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But
Then
we
no,
are
because
weaker now,
we
right? A
didn't do
lot of
that. But if you're saying
skills.
that's bad, I mean that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are
So
the main problem, right? Like if you're seeing
So we
like
can-
clips.
Yeah. So let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that
Okay.
if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like it's just 100% the case. Like you cannot if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no like they don't like effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like when you go to the last areas of Act 2, like the Faradin are just really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning
I mean,
there.
to get more specific, like
Yeah.
I have someone right now, literally going through the areas, all areas in the campaign, and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast.
Right.
They're doing it literally as we speak up, and my intention after this is to go through. And so, like, I mean, a good example is like the canopy, right?
Yeah,
The
for
canopy.
sure.
The monsters are
Yeah.
real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight, confined space, and it just you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed, and yeah.
I guess I'm
But
a
the
little.
thing, but just to
well,
just to continue with that though, I just want to mention that like one of the issues we run into is like people will say, oh, you know, like
Mm.
things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. But like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gather and killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do
It's
that.
one of those
But
you
I
think
would
you do,
s-
but
I-
you
As
don't.
I said, I don't think anything
Things
about the fact
again.
that some
They want
monsters
us to
are faster than
play
the player
how
prevents that. I don't
they
think you can
want
have
us to
areas
play
where
it,
everything is
not
slower than the player.
allowing
Like
us
it
to
really
choose.
isn't that great. In PoE 1, in the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like I don't know how many years ago it was, like what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act
I
1
don't
like thing?
remember.
Like we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player, and at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time. It just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So like you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
Well,
Like
if you're
it
talking
just
about
shouldn't be that it's it's just that like you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE2 in general is that the target to hit is smaller. Like because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into is just that the it's okay if everything if okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively it's like in PoE1 there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player because like if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so like what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things is like if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just gonna like lower everything and make it easy. And that once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily like maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it, and that's fine. Like we will get to the point where that is fun, but we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for like for
I feel
ideally
like
for
he kind
everyone,
of
right?
like
Like it should be the case
diverted
with them, like that is
completely into a
balanceable
whole
that
nother
way.
subject.
It's just a lot harder in
This is no
PoE1.
longer about the
Well, I think
speeds of the
a large
monsters
portion want
compared to
like
the
bosses to be
player.
what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counterplay, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So, and also I sort of disagree on
Right.
the Act 1 changes in PoE1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that. Because of what you mentioned with like the fast trip monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight
Just because
out of the
again,
gate. Like the even
so
even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant where I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG
But
playstyle
won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
by
Like,
making
won't
monsters
that
slower.
immediately make it? Yeah, won't we that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately like what doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what
But
I'm
what
saying is
is
like it's easy to say like oh
engaging
you
to
make the
you?
game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like
We're
a
not
lot
making it
of people
easier. We're
prefer the
making it
game to
slower.
like actually have some challenge in it. Like for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I
Not
play,
easier.
and I
Slower.
like do test runs of everything, right? And it's like if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act One, I wouldn't play the game anymore. But that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like it
Yeah.
has to be fun for me. And I know that if you like if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
there's just a
no,
lot. There's a, I just thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus Canopy and Mana feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters. You
right.
feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said.
Hmm.
And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start, and then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the
Yeah,
reservation.
the Faradin have a problem.
And then you
And
get
then there's the
so
Titan Valley
I've
as
seen
well.
I've seen
yeah.
a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like,
right.
so
Yeah.
that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different
Right.
things, and so I'm trying to understand what
Mhm.
you know, how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them.
Mhm.
And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they are going to address those. So the Dreadnought,
Right.
Utsal, you've got Canopy. We're going to start. Those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are
Mhm.
just like out of control. And you got heaps of this. So start there, and we keep working
Right.
backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like, why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've, heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing PoE 1, I think,
Yeah,
which I thought was a
yeah.
funny comparison.
Yeah.
Which I I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like, for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer
Yep.
is like there's too many of them, and then in a lot of the cases it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why, again, why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely, and that creates this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the things that my skills want me to do, and that is bad, and that I definitely want to fix that,
Yes.
and I want to fix that imminently. Like, I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing, because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for, I mean, everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in this in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even like once again you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like I think that really would hurt the game.
I don't
overall.
know.
Like I think
That
that would
second
really
area has those
so
witches
it's
where
really
that
just a
little
question of,
AoE on the
like,
ground one shots your ass.
if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address
Bitch don't
them,
need to
but,
be
like,
quick to one shot
it
you.
isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think
Sorry, go.
there's almost like 2 different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I
Well,
guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work.
Oh
Like I'm
god.
almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are
Can't
all
make a
sawed off,
game
you
for
know, sanded
everyone.
off, and then and then it kind of works.
If you try to
Like you'll
please
get to a
everyone, you're gonna
point
piss off
where
everyone. If you try to make a
like you
game
just
that
don't
everyone's
get
gonna
frustrating
like, no one
experiences
will
anymore
like
because
it.
we've managed to sort of fix all of
You
those
have to
cases,
figure out
and that point won't be in the
what,
situation where just everything
like,
is
who
really
you
slow.
want
Like
to enjoy your
we
game.
really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like one button builds. Like as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out
Well,
everything as a bit of an issue.
well, it isn't
Mhm.
necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you.
If I
I think
get
also
hit
it is
tilt,
also important
yep.
that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1-2-3, 1-2-3, 1-2-3. Like the monsters have to be able, like there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like it's always an amount, right? Like there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
We've I mean, we've been talking about like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, talking about the monster life is the main thing, because which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
Well, it's
proportionate
Monster Life
to
is the
some
easiest way.
degree.
If everything is too weak, then Monster Life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. It is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing.
Yep.
And like we have been
That's
talking
how it
about
is
a lot
right
of
now.
this, and like
Like,
actually going like, what would we willing to do here? How would we willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like kind of honestly, everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard, being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is well, I know this is like way further away, but like, again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to. And a lot of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for like, not wanting to get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like, well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. That is an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's like a certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially, even though warrior is or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where like with maces, it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is a shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like, here may be a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've aside. Obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides. Where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2. Like we didn't have that in PoE 1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree. But I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times. So it'll find its sweet spot for sure. And it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt. And so,
we're not talking keys.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystones. I was saying just like the notables can be felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's
Yeah.
got the downside,
Yeah.
and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are
And so,
good. I
like,
think it's the frequency
it's,
of
it's
them in that
finding,
part of the tree.
but I'm
is
saying
a
that you
bit-
can find
bit
another
much.
way maybe to do that. But it's like, I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like that is a thing that you do get, and that you know
That is important in in
Yeah.
our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is
Right,
that
right.
the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously,
I
nodes
gotta
become less
say,
valuable
the
as you
difference
get higher
between
level
Jonathan
builds.
and Mark
They're just
is
saturating into a bunch
staggering.
of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like
Mark
the
thinks of
500
the
to
game and
520%
acts
increase is going to
and
matter
make
less than the 0 to 20.
like
And
a
Yeah.
developer. Like he
especially
wants
for
to
the
make a
first
good
chunk of the
game
game, we want it
for
to be that every
other
notable is
people.
felt. Like you're like, I
I get the
definitely
feeling
now
from
can feel the
Jonathan like
difference. And
a
I would say,
spoiled child
yeah, a lot don't
that
have
wants
that mark.
everything to
Yeah.
be
Some
how
do,
he
some
wants
don't.
it
But yeah, we've been trying new things there. So
and doesn't care about anyone
Yeah.
else's opinion.
bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I
Kind
want
of
to talk
how
a
I
little
get
bit
it.
about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons, and you talked a little bit about that. You felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like we get highly punished for that. Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them,
Hmm.
as you know, like as we can see. But like it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that
Yeah.
means you'll see way more patch changes happening now because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league.
Which we're
We just
doing.
can't do which we're doing now. Right?
I generated a relatively large list yesterday.
Yeah.
Which
So
I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like there are many builds, many skills
Right.
that are underneath because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be yesterday have spent a good chunk of the day going through
Right.
and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance. Like obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure, but like
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll
Yeah.
feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now. Now we can start on all of the actual like
The
all of
medicine.
the positive buff parts, and so it's
Lovely.
like like last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
we
just like
we genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down. And then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. But like by that point, it's kind of too late, and so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like we thought we were. I like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things, and like it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just keep. We're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can. And maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't. But like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Okay, so this
Well,
this was a
like 2 days.
yeah.
Okay,
This was a
perfect,
funny
that's what I
thing
wanted.
because okay, one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted that things we're working on post was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally, that was that day's work that we were talking about, and then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff, and
Yeah.
like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff, and like you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like
That's
so
good.
the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on, we've literally had like that was one work day.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
there's
He
more
seems
stuff
a bit
coming. Like,
angry.
you know,
We need to be more clear about.
Sure,
So
Frustrated.
We'll try to be
Right.
more specific about that. But yes,
I mean,
like,
the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like I'm like, okay, we're gonna look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime, we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just gonna solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
obviously that wasn't the case. It
Um,
was just like here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this. You know, and like and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's you know like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, I don't. That's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like the
He's not targeting one or the
your
other. He's
second. I mean, like
targeting
if you're doing
himself.
multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster. Just
What
due
he
to, like,
likes,
items
what
and
he
stuff you can have. Like, that is
enjoys.
definitely the case. You know, like
Well,
I'm-
a big
I
thing
said
that's
it-
missing.
like making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 League Step and stuff like that. And at least so far, we don't have that many alternatives for that. And our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver. So even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But
You're
if it comes
avoiding
to
the
other
question
zones, it's just a
again.
question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at like that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. And it's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, you know, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts though, and they are very large even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matland waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower, but I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it
Yeah,
longer.
so that
it is just a lot
that
of these
area in
zones are very long.
particular, like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there, there's not an easy like it's not like okay like we other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list, because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people, but like once again it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like that the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. You know, like that's just an area, a specific
Well,
problem for that particular
so
area.
is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. like we've discussed some things in that
Make a
area,
chase item.
like before. I'm not necessarily against
Quicksilver
that, but it would have to be
flask.
done in a
Increase your
way that didn't
character's
compromise the
speed by
combat and compromise
40%.
like
It's
the
always on. There you go. It's
like
a
it shouldn't be the
T1
case
unique.
that you. I mean, because this
Worth
is the issue with
multiple
this, right? Is that
divines.
speeding up the player is
Done.
if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we have
Here
to
we
we have to
go.
find a way to do that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution,
Yeah.
people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
And
hence
like we
why
haven't tried it yet, so we
but
can't.
we
Like, commit
have
to
been
something.
talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it. We
Yeah.
do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right. Okay.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is
Yes.
7 league steps. There are many, 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 many more items in PoE1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques, and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art, and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for
Yep.
sure. And
But is there like the question I was okay? So is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
it's
Like
not
for
as bad.
damage,
It's not
it's
as bad.
it's not
Again,
that
you
bad.
can kill stuff
It's
fast.
it's the movement speed specifically that we're
And the
talking
fact that
about
we
here.
don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
But you
but
don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this, and I would prefer that wasn't the solution because then you end
Just
up with a
speed
kind of like
overall.
pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on there. Like there's going to be a better
But
way
lame
to
to
improve
who?
that without having
Um,
To
movement
you?
abilities
As
be the
said,
solution.
we have some
Yeah,
things
yeah.
on the cards.
Yeah, yeah.
We just need to test them out.
It
and try
always
them and
goes
be able
back to it.
actually have a good argument as to why they why they are good, and we convince ourselves,
right.
damn, we should have done this before,
Right.
or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, it's we're always a bit on discussing what those will be because. Yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So, like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes. Sorry.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
like that.
have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like
Good.
so this can be part of the consideration, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we might want
I mean,
to
it's
do.
the whole
If
they
people
go
like it, we
they
do
can
it.
go behind the boss's life bars and
Yeah.
all that problem. And
Yeah.
hopefully, if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE1 because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in PoE1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here. But we don't really get enough sockets early on. We don't get enough gear early
Exactly,
on,
sockets.
and we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
Yep.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up, I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably 80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there
Hell
must be something
no.
I'm not understanding about like why that people feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
I would love to.
the intention
Sorry, go on.
the intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant like ability to fix issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is
So
a lot
really, it's just to
stronger.
make.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the
yes.
power, but like I mean, that's a
Mhm.
different question again, right? Like if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like what those should be.
Which aren't
But
necessarily right.
right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. As a qualifying thing, that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there seems
I
clearly
don't.
some disconnect here, as far as like what
He
the
must be
amount of
playing on
loot
a different
that
client or some
you're
shit.
getting
Because
versus what I'm seeing, I
whew,
suppose. So like, I guess I just need to understand why.
I don't get
Like
shit
why
for
does
them
it feel so
socket
different for
It
orbs
different
might be
people like
quite.
that?
It might have a
ever.
relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like more adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to
Yes,
fixed quest
those.
rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we
That
added
would,
those quite late. We
yeah,
didn't
yeah, yeah.
end up putting them in
It's true.
the.
So that's something that we could definitely
yeah.
do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that well, casters don't have
Yep.
their weapon crafting
Yeah.
bench,
And we do need to
and
we
so
do
we
need
want to
we
add
do need to
sockets to
fix
caster
we have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more artificers orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing with that the PoE1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more artificers orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard coded drops that would be the thing that, because if
Yeah.
it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that will that would better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and rune obviously runes for them, and adding more deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar.
Yeah, I
help at least
definitely
mitigate
don't
some of
get
this.
even remotely
I might
close
do a
to
quick
enough
review on the
artificer
power
orbs to
pass of
put
the runes as
sockets
well.
in. Like, nope.
I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have once again is that, like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them
Yeah.
are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't. And what you're doing there is then you end up in a situation where content will be like it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so that we just have to be really careful about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like it shouldn't be that just a single like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone it's like you're
Yeah, I don't know.
completely
I
like
mean,
you're completely
I feel like
overpowered compared to other
experience and
people.
knowledge
So you
is
just have to be
literally
like you just
what
have to be really careful
it's a
with that
big
stuff.
thing about the
Well,
game.
It's important. It's also
Mhm.
Oh
sorry,
no, you go on.
it's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front facing because
Alright.
that passive tree stuff, you know, in PoE 1, sure, I agreed, and seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the PoE 1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity because it's like here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time, and I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is, in looking at PoE1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so, like, a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, like, again, if you know, you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, you don't know, and you like suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are like very front facing in your face and are like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we
Yeah.
maintain.
A lot of that can be solved by through quests, though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, "Hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow."
Well,
But-
it
I mean, surely, if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally, we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough artificers orb to make sure they can do that.
Yeah.
That's the main thing that I would say.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No,
And-
no, you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where just knowing this makes like doubles your DPS, then like that means that yeah, like the way
Dang.
it means that the balance has to be like surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like I don't think that can be something that like we don't want to have to make the monsters harder. So therefore, like we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a
that
fine
stuff.
line there for sure.
right.
But yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure, and I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogden Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier or having more of them. You know, again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like you know, some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily
Yeah.
explaining to the user what they're going to get. And so they might just be like, it's just
The fuck is going on?
improvements and a bit of just like some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well, 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives a good or does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that now whether or not I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
There aren't the other thing that just as a side note is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
That is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why
Um,
like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE 1 too. I remember like, because the first time I
mm,
played PoE 2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking I was in like Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day, I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res, so I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like warrior left start, and I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the
yeah,
items. But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like
yeah, 100%.
there might be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah,
Like
We'll 100% go have a
yeah,
discussion about this afterwards
right,
for sure. Like I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and
right.
yeah, I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this because like we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? We were like tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that certainly because if you think of like the tree for one on obviously PoE 1, and you combine that with the crafting bench in PoE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. So
Well, the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in PoE 1. So that like changes things a little bit as well. Like the expectation is not that you have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation
What?
is that okay. Well, the expectation is that you should be able to get through
Hell
for
no.
merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the axe.
Even if you
Like if
have
you're at zero
half
percent, you should be like
resistances,
it should
some
be that should be
elemental
enough, and then
damage
any improvement you have
destroys
over
you.
that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better.
the,
So like,
the
but if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. Like
Holy
that was kind of
shit.
like balancing around zero was like another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like
Mm.
being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious. Like to like what people are supposed to
yeah.
do there.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. I don't do this boss. I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately.
Right.
So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally, there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get
Exactly.
them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now. What am I going to do right now? It needs
And
to be a more immediate solution, and
and that's why a rune can
that's
be a
where the
better
passive
answer.
tree solves it in one regard but doesn't solve it in another regard. And it's important that yes, the runes are there to solve that problem, and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy. It is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
yeah. Yeah, I also think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've
Well,
found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
but isn't that just the? But like, okay, but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs like it is. There's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case. Like
Well,
the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you like, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said, speed. But okay,
Yeah.
can you give me an idea then on
But
like
that's
when do you
important though,
think the
because one of the
player?
things that PoE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal, and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like you're just the amount of gear
Oh
changes
no,
that are
add
happening through
more
the campaign
mods.
is very, very high.
You don't
And
throw
so
exhaust on
if
shit
we
like that.
just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving the like you don't need like you don't we wouldn't need to do that. And once
Um,
again, that doesn't just necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place, but what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like it
so
is a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire risk, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of their majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3. So it seems like very,
I,
very
I
early
can't
heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen because like the gear like the way that loot drops
Mark's
doesn't
face.
change. The
He's like,
only
"Whoop,
thing that
whoop."
changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time the amount of loot you get increases through the game just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due to
Right.
the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it'll just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that is
Yeah,
as far as I understand what
several
it is.
Thankfully.
times
Yeah.
I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
Thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's
Right.
actually happening. Because
But that is unusual. Like I can't explain why
yeah,
that would be the case.
I concur.
Right.
There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if
Right.
that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be, we should never. We're never going to rule out any
Right.
bug or unintended thing where we can
yeah,
get
Right.
some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I don't. Once again, I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that. Because like it's like I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like from up from
What the
whites
fuck?
to rares like pretty continuously
Mm.
as you're going through. So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
yeah. I mean, even like I would say
Data.
myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
I'd say through the campaign I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So, because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking
Well,
up
if
every
you're
blue, looking for one stat, regaling, and then that missing, and the item not being usable. So
Yeah, I
if
I,
you're
I
not
don't know.
disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure,
that
but
is
I've
the
tried
case.
both.
Well, I can't say much as to that, but like that is the reason you don't have.
Yeah, I
Regals is
definitely feel
you're
like Jonathan
if,
is
if,
playing
if,
on like a
you know, like
special
that
client
is
or
where
some
like
shit.
the
Because
primary
if he's
source of
not
regals
having
through the
any
campaign would be
issues with
disenchanting.
crafting and
Like but
throwing
if you say that
exalts in
gambling isn't
gear,
better, maybe it is.
you
But
know,
Right.
like that it does explain that particular one currency item at least.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Yeah,
that's
alchemies
true
are kind
too.
of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like that alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do
Because at
occasionally,
first
not
he
the
was
like
talking
kind of
about like he
common
gets
workaday
plenty of
crafting that you're doing
artificer
all the
orbs
time.
for sockets. He's
So
always
like
rocking
yeah,
full
it should be that the
sockets.
regals are the
Bullshit.
primary
I
source
think I
of
may.
crafted rares
Yeah.
in that regard.
Well, the good
through
benefit here is we
both
have so
full
many players
campaigns
right
that I've
now
done
that
so
we can
far,
just get
maybe
some
dropped
data and get
3
some
artificer
analytics very,
orbs
very quickly about what this
for both
actually is,
characters combined.
and you might find that it's just very
Exiles for rare too,
sensitive to,
super
you
rare.
know, there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion
Regal's
of lucky
super
players. So
rare.
I
Yeah.
definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And
I
again, that it might just be that. And
I feel
I
like
know you
there's
probably
not
play more
enough
than most,
crafting
so
materials.
arguably you should have the you should have the least, the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you know, you probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just
Yeah.
do so probably even today and figure out what's
Awesome.
going on and whether or not it meets our expectations. So.
So the next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I would say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have one charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third. And that's competing
Yes.
for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Sorry, chaos resist. And bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like singular solution to doing anything with that. So
Only
and
thing you can
as
do
an
is get
addendum to the
charms.
question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus they have 2, and at 81 they get 3. It's
I mean,
Yeah,
we
baseline.
probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like that is something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet. But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like, effectively, ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So like we needed something that was going to actually cause them to happen. Like, you know,
Holy shit.
during the campaign before you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign, it kind of was a bit it was a bit silly.
Do note we didn't actually universally double the stunning. This I know you mentioned that just to
Yeah,
clear
it was
that
only
up.
it was ailments that
The
changed, not
stun
stunning.
they
Yeah,
stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it
Yeah.
doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that
Right.
is just something that we were like, we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got lost in the weeds. So, like,
Right.
the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like, those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it, or mitigate the thing that caused it. And those where some do and some don't. So that needs to change 100%. And then, yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is
But
UI
six
for
is
it.
6 is only
Yeah.
6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you
Yeah,
get
yeah,
by default.
But it was certainly our expectation, or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like, 1 is not what you should be running. Like, 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
okay.
But it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like, you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like,
Yeah.
like that wasn't even like even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like, only frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think, and like for the most part that you actually notice. The stun thing is separate; it's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if
So
they did do a
but-
lot of damage, that'd be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
well, but I mean, yeah, like it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a
but
bit of a
we want
different.
it to ha-
It's a bit of a different game,
Right,
Like
but
when
we-
you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything
Right.
involved.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the charm stuff as well.
And do you think the
I mean-
implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or
I
a path
don't,
on the tree?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have
Okay.
to think about how we want to introduce that. Like, that is a one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I
It's a
just
way.
have to look at that.
The other thing is like charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how you know. Aside from how many you have and not just their implicit like their base value, there's also just like I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So
Right.
there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So yep.
Yeah. In PoE1, we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because
I'm not a huge
they
fan.
ended up
See how he
devaluing the
says that?
notables a
I
lot.
hate that
Like the
shit.
notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also
And it
means that like
fits him
where
so
you are on the
perfectly.
tree didn't matter as much either.
I don't like
It's
this.
like
I
that
don't
wasn't
want that.
amazing. So
I
I
don't
that
think that's
we
a good
like
idea.
prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in PoE2
Doesn't matter
the
what you
notables are
think or
very interesting.
want.
Like it's something that
Personally,
like
it's
I
what's
think
best
that
for the
is
game.
notably good. So
More work
like
to do there
yeah,
though.
but there is more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so yeah, I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that like due to mod dilution. So like you have to you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise, you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, that like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to PoE1. So like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time.
Yeah.
What downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's also just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people,
right.
And so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like,
right.
Oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary.
Right.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about, and that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing.
Right.
Like that was a big argument to me, but there are there's intermediary grounds there as well, but yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like, if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something
that is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also just as a player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you get it when you get the notable.
It's hard to identify that in the moment because like you don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something of what something could have been in the same way that you notice like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in PoE1.
Sure.
Like, because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, I want the.
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like, the good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So
that's good.
Well, which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense, and just like anecdotally, if the two options, right, if we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand, so like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it, or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think like if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah,
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as a investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I
Like,
agree
that
with
is
that.
mostly the case.
But then shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit, and there were people that were getting one shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank, not just like one big telegraphed one shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one shot the boss. Which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die, like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
Yeah,
like
but
Wrong.
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
no, but what I'm getting towards is that if if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like we just have to be very careful, because like if you if like let's say that one of those big hits did only like, you know, a third of your life, you know,
Mhm.
something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever,
Well,
because it would have to
Yeah.
effectively be able to do
So-
3 of those, like of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way. What you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So
And
yeah,
what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like it would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. And I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right, you're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for, you're maybe getting the boss to 30%, you're not able to finish it, and you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight, I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean,
Yes.
that's, I
That's
guess
a good
we're not
question.
thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like, but okay, sure, you're talking, okay, like, so okay, so that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition based gameplay context, which is not what we have.
Fuck
Mhm.
is this?
So
His
like, it kind
chat's
of
going
means that
off.
like that like
Boo this man.
the
Boo
boss
this
doing the
man.
abilities to be able to like to the boss trying to win is like and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So like it's so what I'm saying is so what are you not agreeing with then
Well,
about
well,
that
I
assessment?
think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one shots. But even just on like as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of
Man,
flasks.
that's attrition.
You don't have a
Well,
good way
hang
to
on. So
regen
that's
them
not.
during the
So,
fight.
so I'm not. I'm not. When I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time, rather than something that moves around.
Well, it
from bottom
effectively
to
is
top all
through
the
the
time.
flask, right?
Well, yes.
Like
The
I was no
attrition.
longer able to
Okay,
recover.
so yes. To the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like attrition via flask is what we have. So
So
what
yes, you have attrition
what
then.
I'm saying though there.
Just mute his
Well,
fucking
okay,
mic and
sure,
let
fair
Mark talk.
enough. Like, yeah, the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore,
The campaign is quite attritioned.
in the,
Mhm.
in
It's
that
just, it's just
in
that
that way, yes, in that way, yes.
kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game, where like
Right.
it can be very It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one shot you at all, which
Well, okay, like if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, like that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
well, just to check real quick as
Yeah.
well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like it is the intention that the skills, and which it happens in the game and PoE1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them. And that's like stand in the elder donuts and the the dances and the like move into the lanes and the bullet hells esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing? But are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make like whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question. But like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter?
I
Are
feel like
those
there
the
really
problem?
shouldn't be
I'm just
any
trying to understand
one
exactly what
shots,
skills
like
are
you
a
just
problem.
die.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a
Yeah.
one shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter
Yep.
move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way like as a player I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be.
Yes.
Which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Where it just isn't, and then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them, and then yeah, I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
And nothing
Okay,
should
so
one
yeah,
shot
I
you.
understand the point from point of view from that one.
Mhm.
The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So like, if it is a like universal, okay, like for example, would it be okay that I mean, look, the corridor. Let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get. We need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like, this is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. Um, there is the thing where, like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like, this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that?
Um,
I'm just curious.
yeah. So definitely, I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100% with enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but
Right.
just like,
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE1. Like, I'm not inherently against that. But I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not allowing you to mitigate it. It's like, so different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting, hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted. And it's like, oh, great. That was.
But it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, not even having to move. Like, that's also
especially without the gear.
Like, it's kind of it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like, like, surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but like, I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like, that is a thing people just like doing. And so, like,
I don't like it.
Incentivization, and so then there's the issue of like,
I like a nice solid balance right in the
let me put it
middle.
this way: even if right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like, it probably isn't.
I don't like dying.
Defense was overtuned compared to damage. I think that you're not
that's my
going
opinion.
to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And so you kind of got like that issue of like, it's just really, really hard to get that balance right.
But people have a fucking choice.
And that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like it is people. There just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason, and I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So like, the people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like, damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further.
Yeah.
Because that having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like, majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage. Yeah, there are problems here, 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that.
Well, yeah, I have other questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say, like, effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor.
Couldn't even imagine armor break on hardcore, dude.
But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in PoE1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So, yeah, are you happy with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm being in the game?
Well, in PoE2 context, I am not happy with the current state of Monster Armor Break. No, that is also on my change today list. So I need to. There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
Yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and yeah, it's just like yeah,
Gotta
it acts
balance
as
the
an insane
numbers.
weakness. But yeah, I know 100% agreed. It is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that and the speed and a bunch of these other and arbiter and there's a
Yeah.
whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, we've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No, no,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor
Oh,
too.
I
is
see what
that-
you're saying. Sorry. Misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
In order to change-
be able to immediately say that.
In order
really.
to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, I don't think we've fully
Yep.
understood the
We
issue
did a
there.
few things. Like we there was some overwhelm on some bosses and we removed it, and there was there were too many skills converting too much into element. And I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like it obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number
But
shift,
but that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like, if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So, like,
Yeah.
it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
obviously the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's you've got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
But look, maybe
Because I would,
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90. And for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87, so very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
Which
cloak
means
of-
yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that, and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of just have a look at that, just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been
We can.
We have it all.
We have it all. Don't worry.
perfect.
We can take
Perfect.
anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a
Perfect. Yeah. The regen did make a
But
big
maybe
difference, but I'm
yoink.
still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see chaos damage very early in PoE2.
Yes,
In
very
PoE1,
early.
It was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so
Yes.
scary. Is it's
Yes.
almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. But yeah.
Yes. Need
Sounds
some
like
way
a
to
sort of
deal
more
with
of a
chaos
hardcore
resist.
related concern, because in
No,
in
it's
standard you wouldn't like it's just
bullshit.
balanced to be okay, but in hardcore where you're
Nope.
willing to definitely not die, it's like a different
No, it's
concern. I don't
not.
think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a
Viper
medium
is
chaos
scary
concern,
as
'cause,
shit.
like, if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
Oh, sure, but like I mean, the damage, like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Well,
the
Viper's
yeah.
hard.
It is hard. It is a
think
hard
I
fight.
think
Just,
she's the
that's just a
hardest boss
side
in the
note
game.
that's separate. But
Yeah.
like in terms of just the fact, like the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play because like that we're balanced assuming you have no chaos
Well,
resistance, and so therefore
What does she do that's
you know,
chaos? Obviously, the big
Yeah.
purple meteor storm that
yeah,
The
they
little
wanna
green
make some
snake
changes
things
to,
hurt.
because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking
right.
clarity or that fairness
Well,
problem.
I
And
mean,
then
the
how many
spare
of her
things,
skills?
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is, aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
So
So
all
the,
of her
just
green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
so
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos.
It's
I should
physical
say.
hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is
Yep.
chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the your armor mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
So yeah.
So, yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to
Um,
dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, I mean, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion card. Like that poison
but
feels
that-
lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is
Yeah, yeah.
never chaos damage,
Yeah, yeah.
just to be
Okay.
clear. Which
I
in PoE1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spares from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. Because it's a very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense.
I almost want to go and
I
test
wanted
that
to
right
ask you a
now.
little bit
She is
about-
hard.
She's very hard. I wanted to ask
Hop
you a little
on
bit
one of
about
my standard
pushing.
characters.
As a player,
Go to
I
like
experience that sometimes,
Act
like,
3 of
as, like,
Viper
it's
and just
almost
stack
seems like
nothing but
async
armor
to me,
and
if I'm being frank.
no chaos resist and see how hard
Is
shit is.
there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing like full plate, but like yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
Get rid of the fucking push.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of. Well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
So here are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like when
sword,
they-
like a
yeah.
sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure.
Um,
Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation. Really, it's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
right.
In the parry case in particular, and
In
like
some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the ant
Yeah,
lions
and
are
then
not
some-
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the
And
charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly
Yeah.
the bane of my year.
that's just a
Yeah.
that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to regress.
still happens sometimes.
It
Like,
seems
there's
to
something-
just break every.
I
week.
don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and that are
Yeah.
bad.
Yes.
I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix.
Yeah,
which
sure.
is
There's also that. Too.
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No, it will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like, there's just lots of things that
Oh, God.
you need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like,
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like,
That's fair. That's
Like,
true.
if we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things.
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right. Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respecs and lowering respec costs and stuff. And I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling. Because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody is like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which can be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
Yes. And that comes back down to making
I do find it's
second, third, and plus
maybe
runs
not.
for the campaign quicker.
I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly.
Hmm.
I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem.
Hmm.
Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not been a concern really.
I guess it
in that
depends how much
regard.
you gamble or not.
It probably
Well, at
does.
that point, yeah. But even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early, so I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial
I have
respec.
to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs really.
Mhm.
Like, I was like probably about 6 months ago. I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like here's how much people will spend on vendors
Right.
and here's how much, and there's
Yeah.
probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, they're now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like,
Mhm.
my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what
Okay.
the experience is like, because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So
People,
like,
there's
I
a
think that
chatter
that's what I
like,
need to do
let's
to
watch
see
you play the
what's going on
game.
with that.
Sit
And
down and show Avada, you
with the
doing
last
the
point I
whole
made,
campaign.
would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this,
Holy shit.
would you be?
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard. By the way, like I think that if the argument is that it should like. I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that
Well,
price.
sure,
I
but I'm
think
talking about
otherwise it,
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
yeah. Otherwise,
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But like,
It's early access. Let us do what the fuck we want. If we want to change the
it depends
sentences,
how.
let
It
us.
depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing
Let us test.
how big those changes are, because I needed to get in there and actually do them first, and then make that decision. Really, like there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
It is more.
can I ask you a
I will
question
have a
about it
salute.
then?
Sure.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh no, and I'm like, I do understand. Do be clear. I am on the fence about this. Like,
Mhm.
I can't say that. Like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE1 has ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also off. I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not when you have the things that you can't come back from. Like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner
People
than
just don't
later.
want to have to do a fucking
I'll just get that
25-hour
answered sooner
campaign
and
to play a
not,
different ascendancy.
not have people wait so long. Hopefully,
The
for
end.
everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure. Then I mean, I have no objection to that. I was not.
We
I-
made
I
the
was not
decision a
against-
while
yeah.
back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
We will definitely change CI,
Holy hell.
but it is
That'll be so
a
bad.
thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just
Yeah.
as a like, a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like what changed to make that not the case? Like I'm talking pre-release.
It.
Like, could you remember when the freaking like prowlers and G14 bled
Well,
you? And,
we
like, it
had
was
we
horrible?
we had bleed on a lot more
Yeah.
things, and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on
Right,
it.
right.
Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean, again, pre-release numbers things,
Cool.
which was also unfun, by the way.
Oh yeah, the reason I removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still for, or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds, to be able to
Yeah, yeah.
proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list.
It
Okay.
It
needs
was
to be
actually
buffed.
on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it. So
Fuck yes.
it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question for myself. Like, how are you feeling about the current like Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or
Yeah.
the other. Really, it's
Yeah.
just as. How do you feel about it?
I definitely like. I don't know if this is just a PoE 1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing. Because like I would never divine an item, like, because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like in need of it. But
Like, are you saying that? Are you saying that you believe that this is reducing the desire to actually use divines?
It's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item, so it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be, I guess, is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I mean, is that partly also just because the ranges and or power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
They're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good, some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's just
It's
goes
just
on
a
the list
thing
of
that
stuff
kind of
to think.
happened, and then
Yeah.
like, we honestly it just went under the radar the whole time. So
Yeah.
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
It was just something I was curious about. So
It makes sense, but Blessed Orbs re-rolls
The next thing is about
implicit
movement speed.
only,
In
I think,
PoE
if I remember
1,
right.
we have a lot
Yeah,
more
that
things
would be
like
nice
Whirling
to have.
Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases?
Well, I mean, you're just
Good idea.
Are you just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for
No,
example,
no, no, no.
like one idea
Trading.
that I saw was if you let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type that where you've got a mod that, you know, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
Well, as a
like
player, it just
like if honestly, because I mean the thing is in
Well,
PoE 1, are there really people going around like?
I hate when
Surely
he
it
does
isn't
that.
common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE 1. I mean, I guess
I've
it's
done it on
technically
quite a lot.
viable if you just. You reckon?
Yeah, quite a lot
Like-
of like triple energy shield boots and stuff.
Yep.
Or
Right,
especially different in PoE 1 because we have
It's
the
it's specialized
influence
knowledge,
things
Right,
and
right.
stuff
Again,
like
you,
that.
seasoned players, not like
Right.
Yeah,
just
not new
like
players, sure.
random.
But it
Right.
is an
It
option.
takes up
and
a
it isn't really
modifier on a
geared to it.
boot.
Like, movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I mean, I don't know. To me, like I mean, sure, I do not disagree with the fact that there can be scenarios in PoE 1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them. Like for most of your PoE playing career, I would say that you're
Well,
going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots. You know.
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE 1, which is the Ralakesh and Patience, they don't have movement speed on them, and like they're still considered like
Right.
pretty much the best boot.
Yep.
But I mean, isn't
Got
it
'em.
fundamentally then just the back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure, it is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so
At the
really
end
it
of
just
the day,
comes back
what
to
people
that.
want. Move
Right.
faster implicitly and less dependency on the mod, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But I
I
mean,
mean,
whether
Yes,
or not it's
exactly.
implicit or
Which is
based on the
a-
mod or
That's
anything,
just
it's
what he
I wanna
said
move
right
faster,
there.
Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which
of
comes back to
Yeah,
the we
yeah.
need to have those discussions and
Right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
Put the movement speed as an
A
implicit so it
difference in
doesn't
PoE2
suck up one of
is
the
that
modifiers
the
on boots.
implicits of uniques, especially things like life spray, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a life spray on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on life spray, sorry, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about.
Yeah.
So I just not that is not a particular solution that I
The
would
bigger
want.
question's about whether or not the implicit, the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
It
and
does.
a lot-
But something that could be interesting is that if you find a life spray on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level. So it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing. The whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up.
That's
Like,
fair.
that doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not life sprig should even have high level requirements ever,
Mhm.
which is a more
That's
a
a
thing that's
separate-
come up a bit.
That's a
more,
separate question. That yeah, that's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Well,
Yeah,
there'll be
I
more
was-
discussion.
I mean, so actually, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the like, I feel like maybe you didn't like this. Well, I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game.
Mhm.
Like not so it does not that sorry, it's not that it levels up, it's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like
Right.
your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not like quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why we did. There was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying what? You're saying if you find it at level 80,
I'm saying if you find it at level
let's say
80, 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
I
and then-
thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago. But
No, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
No,
upgrade.
there's a
No,
second thing there. I
the
thought.
second
was
one
it?
was that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. Sorry.
Yeah.
In that case, then sure. Like,
I mean,
that's
I
the
would
thing.
personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low level life sprig, and that's you use a low level.
Yeah, but I
life
don't love
sprig,
that
but-
either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
like,
hate
there's
it.
a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know
Right.
whether players actually like that or not.
That's
so it's just kind
interesting,
of like a
but it
random
kind of
thing.
sucks.
fair.
But
I don't hate that.
yeah,
What you
Yeah, I was
proposed.
just curious, because we do find them a lot.
So it makes it so you gotta, if you want
Another
one on
question is
SSF, you gotta
about
farm
the
and level
minion
up.
resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies, and that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets?
well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like trust me, that was a buff, that change. Like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, like
Trust
yeah, like
me,
you
bro.
will understand if you play it the other way. It's
There
really
might
bad.
be an intermediary there. I want to explore some options.
Well, it's
For
also-
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able to
Yeah.
do something like that. So
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a
No,
time.
no
and
matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like okay, let's say
Oh, I
everyone's
see what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it doesn't. It increases a bit, but not as much.
And
Okay, I
so instead
understand.
of
Yeah.
like all about to
Sure.
revive except for one,
Yeah,
he
okay, sure.
died. And
Yeah,
now it's
that's
6 seconds again.
that actually is viable, and
Yeah.
that
Okay.
maybe is a change we could make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, like the troll in me was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
but yeah, that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's
Um,
fair.
but,
I mean, I think a lot of
but-
people would like
yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and
Yeah.
so we should probably do something more like that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that
Jesus.
something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I could see a world where reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that. If they're not,
If it to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like yeah,
Right.
like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, like
that being said, it
Yeah.
might still just be better, and there might be some room for it. But
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
I
don't
know,
love it.
I know.
Like I
Um,
would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one
Mhm.
thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint
Mhm.
system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Well, I
Checkpoints.
want to solve this
Uh-huh.
problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like, there's
I mean,
been a few
we
different
straight
approaches
up
with it.
we straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap
Yeah,
icons on.
there was a
always
discussion of
prob-
doing
That'd be
icons on
good.
all the time, right? 'Cause
Yes.
you're not gonna miss the monsters if you
The
see them.
The
in
main
advance.
reason for that is like the current way it works
Yes,
is it's like
that
when
is
200
nice. Do
remaining
that
they appear, and
now.
on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they
Right.
appear, and honestly that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that we
um,
kind of want to like the main thing we're worried about with
Yeah.
that change is the whole you just play on the mini map, like you're not
Yeah.
even looking into the game.
But
And so
but I think that fear
I'm very in favor of that.
Well,
I love that
okay,
too.
Playing off the
like,
mini
do we
map.
just turn off?
Yeah,
like,
literally just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least for
Ah,
me.
okay. Sorry, I thought you
Right.
said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
One
I
of the
kinda do that
tests,
anyway.
one of the like when we
Leave
were
them
trying to
pissed so
find that
bad.
Vic crash,
Yeah.
the one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap, and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like
Yeah,
so
bullshit.
it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, and no
Huntress
graphics at all.
OP.
Apparently,
Yeah.
That's
but,
definitely
yeah.
a fucking special
That's fine.
client.
No, I would love that.
Yeah, I want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just
Right.
2 out of 3? Does
Sure.
it like round down? Does it round up? Is it if there's only 2 rares? Is it literally just
Probably
one?
just enable seeing the res. On the
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
probably
I like
better.
that.
Please
agree.
do that.
I like that.
Then you can plan your
Another quick question
you can
about
plan it, yeah.
Delirium. It seems
I'm gonna hit
very
this one, this
fast.
one, this one, this
Obviously,
one,
we're a
this
bit slow right now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
Because
100%. Like, because it
Okay,
still
so there's a-
expands like
there's
a
a good-
donut, right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre 020, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was
Yeah.
like, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So,
Alright.
yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I will add it to the today list.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So obviously PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favorite system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it? So then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and
Well,
tick the.
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab
Yep.
that just shows you the equipped gems. And you just click on.
Perfect.
That would be
and then
very
that-
lovely.
So
Please
all
do
the
this.
classes,
And
then
then
my
put, yeah.
gems, and then all gems
Right,
is
right.
probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question. The Smith's Hammer ability. I was watching. I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like tink, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So
Yes,
there were meant to be some
please.
changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about. I think with
Mhm.
maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we were had that last one.
Yeah.
And those changes didn't occur. They have
Okay.
occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like
Awesome.
that's it somehow got missed. I think. Or,
It's so
I don't know. I
worthless.
actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake. Straight
Awesome.
up.
All good.
It's so
Whenever,
bad.
so there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like
That's
probably
a
about
good
3 or
question.
4 days before we shipped. Actually, with
Good
he was
question.
I mean, the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something, and then that way you could.
You
use
can
that
only
with
have
barrage if you wanted
one
to disable it for that
in all your
something like that.
gems.
So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about exactly what that should be. But something along those lines would be the way.
Should
I'd do that.
work.
Yeah. I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people would inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class
Nope.
identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part like I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're, actually, you know what it actually was? It's okay. So we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago, we're like, okay, what is going to make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And I mean, like an evidence of that in PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select Ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee Ranger, like it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively, just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that from the very beginning you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you want to play.
Yeah. Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venter strongbox, chef's kiss, love that thing. Please put it in PoE 1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it isn't right.
We actually removed some corrupted drops before O2O went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks.
Yeah.
Like this
Yes,
isn't a
it
good thing you
does.
want. So like
is
corrupting an item
valuable.
of your choice is great.
You just need to make us
yeah.
be able
So
to
we just
use
straight
a
up were like, we need to just
corrupted
start removing
currency.
the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Yeah.
Cool. This 100% just like what is
Corrupted
this random
currencies.
like
It's
corrupted
in
item on the
PoE1.
ground that is
It
never
works.
going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So, we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
Please fucking do this.
I believe we would. So what was
We're adding a socketables affinity.
Yeah.
We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And obviously fragments. Breach and or catalysts.
Cool.
Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. We're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within like, I would expect to see that within a week probably is my like guess. We're not going to add that. This is like currently it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with, but I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate. Just what do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real
That's kind of waiting for more info and data there for sure.
Yeah.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers or numbers of mods and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2%. This whole system sucks.
There was a real like it's interesting because like with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you like, they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively like relatively good
Mm.
like weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
So like
Yeah.
we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So
Yeah.
like like
It's
it's just not it's not I can't really say anything about
yeah,
like
that's fair. It's
whether or
something
not
I
that's right.
haven't.
Like I just
There
don't know
were-
how it feels enough.
There
I
were
ha-
two major item systems that I
Yeah.
was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on, and then would calibrate. One was
Yeah.
recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is
Yeah.
two. There's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last area and last final boss. But the other thing is there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level,
What?
which yeah, I don't know how that happens, but I saw
Okay.
that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which
Yeah.
is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's
Yeah.
fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of
Yeah.
feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame
I
more.
have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how in-game is now than how it was in zero one.
I have also heard that from,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
again, very
so
anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill
Well,
issue.
that was
Yeah.
also the case for us, which is why we
Yes,
changed it.
so that's why we just were
Yeah,
like,
so
skill
I'm-
issue.
fully redo
Yeah,
this.
Skill
so
issue,
I'm the
Dave.
wrong
What is it
person to
gonna be?
ask for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps.
Mhm.
So
Also agree.
I love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely gonna have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100% sure.
Okay.
I think the
Well,
issue that
this-
people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you
readily
say
find-
C, do you mean in the, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
both, I guess, like just like do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now? I guess people
That's
want
why I'm
like-
asking.
well-
Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're
We,
revealed, or
Just before the patch
Yeah.
went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
Yeah.
And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be
Right.
looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it. So that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that. And then
But you could have like a very short distance, maybe. Or
yeah,
something
so
like that, just to
but
slightly
we don't
increase it,
currently
but
have a
maybe- Yeah.
distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or
Right.
it isn't, and so
Mhm.
maybe we can mess with that and have it be like, you can see
Makes
like
sense.
some depth in or something like that, just to make it a bit better. But
Yeah. But
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself, I
It's good
like
to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community
Yeah.
in particular as well, and of course, people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me because I'm very, very
Yeah.
curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for
Mhm.
both sustaining and going up the tiers.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, not a huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So, if any of that comes up, just
Cool.
give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE 2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of clear speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players were telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Roa and the Lightning Strike.
Well, lightning.
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing.
Yeah.
But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing. I know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear." which I assume is what you meant.
Yeah, Route 2 made me promise
yeah.
to ask that.
Yeah. So, look, it's pretty clear. It is their number one play build right now is
Mhm.
Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and is like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes,
Yeah.
right?
But the trouble we have now is, like, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
Can we nerf that? Like,
No,
like,
that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So,
Yep. So a few PoE1 questions, and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about
yeah, I
that?
think we were like. I think last we said was A and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
wait, you
of
cut
May.
out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I'd said nothing.
No!
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we
Okay.
last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like up to within a 2-week
Yeah.
kind of band because things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised.
Yeah.
You should be for sure.
Cool.
Should be
Um,
around.
Yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WSD and PoE1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so
Yeah.
I will just mention
Hello,
kind of like
hello.
the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE 1 works in PoE 2, at that point, it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE 2 back to PoE 1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And
Doing
that will
alright,
then
just
mean
watching
that we would
this
have access to
video
the
real
animation
quick.
library and everything that we have in PoE 2.
Wow.
in
Not really a
PoE 1, which
video,
would then
and more of
mean
an
that we could
interview.
put WSD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like
Yeah.
in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively yeah, we always sort of imagined that we would take the PoE 2 character rigs and port them back to PoE 1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. Obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in PoE 1 you already bought. So like therefore, we have to wait until we've
The
got
thing
full
is,
compatibility before we
and
can do that.
another thing is like incentivized to make a change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
That we have to rig everything to all
we
the
currently have
stupid
to-
PoE 1
yeah,
character
we
models
have to
every time.
currently do
Yeah.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE 1 character models, like character rigs, that means
Okay.
that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So yeah, and then
Also,
at that point we could add WSD.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now,
Yeah.
and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to
Yeah.
PoE 2 characters right now. That
So
is what
Awesome.
they're doing. So
So I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
it was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of
What was
things.
the
So
problem?
like it is our intention to get that in.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Another thing that I really love in PoE2, the highlight effect. Like when I right click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality
Oh
of life.
right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be
Sure.
fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean
can
stuff
probably
like
do
that. 100%.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
either,
yeah.
either we're just not going to. It just
Yeah, yeah.
won't. It
Yeah.
won't,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it won't just happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is Val orbs in PoE2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique,
Yeah.
we have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like we were able to do that. So like I'm not going to say never in PoE1, but just the amount of work it would take to like look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite
And then
large. Like,
Most would take only like 2 seconds and would just be
sure,
fine.
sure,
But
there's like implications
it's
for a
not-
lot of
Yeah.
it's like yeah. There's
Makes
just
sense.
a lot of uniques in PoE1, right? Like a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from
Sure.
love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
It's all
probably
good.
not great. But yeah, for I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of, yeah, as I said, was just feeling a bit ugh this earlier.
No,
but yeah,
I appreciate
yeah.
it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like a 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is
Right.
awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some
Right.
and a whole bunch of discussion. So like, I actually the value
Good
coming out
stuff.
of this,
Good
I feel
stuff.
very very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get all those
Needed
a
to
lot of those
happen.
changes, and I'm hoping it obviously it'll help, but like it is good because I mean at the end of the day it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that and using users as the intermediary, and I'm sure all of these opinions yourself, you're part of that, but it is very important that we keep doing this because it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually like as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer like when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've
Yeah.
tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So but yeah,
Alright.
thank you
Awesome.
guys so much for your
Thank you.
time.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you, and thank everyone for watching
Yep.
and playing.
We appreciate it.
Cheers.
Bye.
Right.
Hell yeah, that was good shit.
Whew.
Let's
Try
listen.
to die less than I do. Okay. I don't know how I did because I have not had chat open, so I don't know if you guys hate me now. But I can promise you that I did my best.
Whew.
That was my best, at least.
All right. That's all, folks. We're back to Path of Exile. But yes, I do enjoy Path of Exile. Yeah, it was interesting. I don't know how I feel. It's really gonna. We're gonna have to see what actually gets done in the future. Actually, we're gonna see what's gonna happen. Yeah, Jonathan was definitely super duper shitty early on. I don't know. I don't get a good vibe from that guy. Mark seemed like I said earlier, Mark seems like someone who actually wants the game to be good, even if he doesn't like the changes. Jonathan is more of the type of person that just wants the game how he wants it. That's it. So we gonna see. Man, the servers are ass right now. What the fuck's going on? Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, that was just the initial feeling I get from it. Cool, cool. Yep, that is a good thing. I'm looking forward to their changes. I really hope they do a good job with this stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This fucking game is always does this. Like literally, watch what I have to do. See this? I switch to one, and then I switch back, and now the sound's all fixed. That's it. And I have to do that every single time I turn the game back, turn the game on. I really want to play a Thorns build though on this character. I want to do something different, but I don't know what the hell to do with it. It's such a fucking problem. I want something different for this character. You know what I mean? This current build works, but I feel like it's gonna be ass in maps. Okay, let's turn the music back on. Boom, 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 boom. Guess I could always mess around a little bit with the POB. Is it here? Hey, this is it. Cool. Yes, this thing. The building of path. Fucking Smith of Catava. Go ahead and keep the things that we currently have right now. Now, where's all the thorns? Some thorns up here. Crit thorns can crit. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? I thought there were more thorns. Apparently, you can leech from thorns too. Man, that seems busted as hell, doesn't it? Thorns damage. It'll probably end up being pretty damn similar overall. I wonder how you'd even figure this. That seems really busted, doesn't it? Thorns damage equal to 3% of armor on body armor. Thorns damage with block. That seems really good. But overall, you would probably just want like physical damage, right? Physical damage would boost the damage of the thorns. Let's see, what the hell is that? Trying to find that thorns build I had up. Might not have it. So this one? Yeah, that's it. I want thorns damage. Does it not show thorns damage on here? Man, that would suck, wouldn't it? Mm. Let's look around and see if there's anybody even. Oh no, man. I feel like you definitely need this. Hmm. Wonder if this is worth taking. I'm not sure if it is. This looks really strong. Thorn Leech seems busted. Wish there was a way to check your fucking thorns damage though. Yeah, I have no idea. You don't really need attack speed, do you? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can always try this, but I don't know how well it'll do. Yeah, I'm not sure if these will work, but if they do, it'll be super nice. Guess that'll be it for now. I don't know. I want to make it work, but I don't know if I can make it work. See how much that fucking helmet is first. What the fuck's it called? The Pale King. It's not super expensive, I guess. Think I'll respec to this, see if I can make it work. The whole point of the game is to have fun. Yeah, looks good. Oh damn, the fucking lag is up a roodle. Okay. Yeah, we go see what happens. See if I can get this shit working. We'll just throw it all together when I can. And there's technically, I could probably still use the Cloak of Flame. It has thorns damage. It's just fire thorns. So we're gonna see how that works. Nope. This is annoying. Fucking loading screens are so bad right now, man. Yeah, that's probably pretty okay. I don't know. Is there thorn damage on rings? Technically. Hmm. So much dexterity. Okay, let's go respec. I'm just gonna have to kind of figure this shit out on my own for the actual points.
Greetings.
I have a different
Alright,
plan.
let's start refunding shit. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, good to know. Attack damage does not increase. Thorns damage. Period. Let's try attack physical damage. That doesn't either. So that's super unfortunate. So it's going to be physical damage, thorn damage, and just damage in general, I guess. What's about this physical damage? Yes, the physical damage does. By a lot, actually. Now let's try this damage with one-hand weapons. Will this? Nope, that doesn't either. Just not one-hand weapons. It shit don't matter. It doesn't either increase. Attack skills deal 10% more damage while holding a shield. It doesn't either. Let's see. What about increased damage per block? Yes, that works. Yeah, this is all trial and error because POB I wasn't able to figure out how the hell to show thorn damage. So I just kind of have to mess around and see if I can figure it out. So physical damage works. That doesn't work, so we don't need that. I need to get up here. Bit more int. One more int. I thought there was one somewhere around here that made it so that thorns could crit. Increased crit on thorns. Thorns can leech. Crit thorns is up top. Haven't got there yet. Okay, so that's not that bad. So I need to get these taken care of real quick and refund that. Put it in here. So we need more block chance. So is that right? Boom, 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 boom. It's looking right. Okay, so boom, boom, boom. It's all looking good. Stop threshold. I don't technically need this anymore. So that means I could probably go here.
How can I?
Nothing is set in stone.
It's not melee damage. Melee damage doesn't do anything anymore. So that gives me a few more skill points. And what I really need to do is get up here. That means attack damage won't matter either. Physical damage does, though. It's gonna be very limited to the shit I can do, I guess. More crit on Thorns could work. Alright, fuck it, I guess. Need to get over here. Grab this thorn damage. Yeah, buddy. So not attack physical damage. I need physical damage, you fucks. Quit playing with me, damn it. Alright, let's go give this shit a go. It should be pretty good. That's a pretty good bit of thorns damage. I'll be back real quick first. Alrighty. Let's try this shit out. See how it's gonna go. Ugh. Bum, 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 bum. Because who knows, it might suck real bad. If it sucks real bad, I'll just swap back. I know the other build was working, so I don't really care all that much. It's not that big a deal. Should be good though. The only thing I can really use is more block chance, so I get that block chance higher. That'd be really nice. But that would require me to get another shield, which would probably be best if I do that at a later date. Once I'm in my level 70s, be much easier to deal with. Hit me. Yeah. I don't know. We gonna see. God dang. I don't know, man. It's feeling kind of dookie right now. I don't know why the damage. Like I'm taking a lot of damage. I'm getting hit very hard, which is odd. Like absolutely getting my ass whooped. So I don't think this is gonna work. So no, I don't think it's working too well, to be honest with you. It's just not gonna work for now. I'm just gonna wait for a fucking someone to bring out a guide, if a guide is even gonna exist. I'm not trying to deal with this crap. But it doesn't feel very good, to be honest with you. Probably has something to do with like my armor being low. Like it would probably help. Probably help if I swapped the chest out for a white armor chest and went the ascendancy down here to grab some of this shit. That kind of thing. It's probably what I would need. But I don't know. It doesn't really feel good. So I'm just gonna swap back. No big loss. Not that big a deal. It was a fun little experiment.
I have a different plan.
feel like I might still keep all this shit the way it is. I hate it when this stupid shit fucking happens.
I've changed my mind.
How can I?
I've changed my mind.
And I'm missing a ton of fucking decks. Okay, better. We'll go ahead and get this all together so I can finish leveling this character up when I want. No big deal. Okay, cool. Let's go back to trying this out, I guess. Should feel much better. The fuck is that? It's been a waypoint, but there it couldn't have been a waypoint. Man, that's some bullshit. That's because I died. Never mind. Makes sense. Yep, this is way stronger. Unfortunate.
What is this place?
will best you.
System went crazy.
The first ones cannot help me.
I'm not ready.
Oh, motherfucker.
I found you.
Bro, where the fuck is this place?
It's enormous.
Can't believe how much that hits for. That's fire damage.
The bigger they are. Time to make my escape.
Do not wander. Here for a story. Is there insight?
Quickly.
Back to the forge with this one. This is a graveyard unlike any other. I need more time. Fancy seeing you here. There it is. I can't yet.
Holy fuck.
Nothing's fair. It's getting stronger.
One of these motherfuckers hurt.
Right through.
It's fucking poison.
Almost there. Don't give up now. I'm not ready. No challenge. Gruesome creature. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready.
Getting my ass kicked. 3 bosses in a rare pack. In a, yeah, in the blue pack. Holy shit.
I can't yet. I pray I'm not too late.
Oh yeah, mapping. Or do you mean 3 and not 6? Am I misunderstanding? Ah, okay. Why is it your favorite part? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, shitloads of damage again. Yeah, I definitely noticed that the like second time through the campaign, like acts, like cruel, definitely goes a lot quicker because it's like your build's already good to go, already put together. God damn.
Steel yourself.
That was a serious fucking boss.
You are relentless. But that which you dreaded, the time of the Paladin is nigh.
Hell yeah, you can. It's a bit clunky though, but it definitely works. Ooh, what the fuck? That fire did so much damage to me. And they say that this shit is scaled around having 0 resistance. I have 80. And I had to spam my potion there to stay alive. That's so much bullshit.
Enough tricks. They won't get away this time.
I will tell your tale. Something you found when I.
I'll be back. What is this fucking joke? Nothing but range mobs just pelting you. Holy shit. I don't even know what killed me there. Maybe it was a detonate dead for my entire life pool. So that's super cool. Like that's literally the reason why I'm using the fucking Herald of Blood is to blow up bodies so that I don't get detonated. Fuck.
Right hands. This could forge something truly exceptional.
There's so many of these damn gloves going up. The currents, the ones that make your lightning damage contribute to oh shit, electrocute buildup. Dude, that goes out so fast. That is insane.
exceptional.
What? I will tell your tale. What is it? Welcome. What is it?
How do you skip this quest? I've seen people skip this shit before.
Yes. What is it? So, the trail.
Yeah, I've watched streamers do it. They literally take the portal after killing Jamin Ra, walk right up to her, and fucking leave. They don't go over here to talk to this stupid ass. They just leave. Hmm.
My worst.
It is time for honesty.
You're right.
Hmm. I don't know. Someday
I have
I'll
more
figure out to
to
skip. It's definitely a bit of a good skip. That's for sure.
Welcome. Yes, and
The beast has grown too powerful.
I will tell your tale.
I can't believe how much of a pain it is trying to get these damn gloves. Holy shit. I'd love to get the poison ones instead, but I'm too poor. Too poor. Holy shit, that thing is expensive. The fuck? Thing just come out of nowhere. Weapon acquired. Now I just need the glubs. The glubinins. Grab the glubs. Hopefully they're not too damn expensive. Definitely noticed their price going up a little bit, which is a bit frustrating.
From burning sands to steaming bombs. here? Not quite. Treasure hunters.
Good, Knuckle. Some pretty things, yes. Keep it full. Be wary.
Ah, the wisdom of the tribe. Like my clan's songs. The trees are alive with danger. I should take care. Fear will best you! A tragic.
The hell's an orichalcum spear? Hmm. Oof.
I need more time. I can't yet. I need more time.
Damn, I can't believe I survived that hit.
A magnificent creature. Go with the first one.
Cannot believe it. Incredible. Incredibly you do. I don't need any of these, do I? Go up this way. Yep.
Feel yourself. Get up. After it. Keep on him. The spirit's made his choice. Time to finish this. Strike! Before it slips away. Templar should know what to do with this. I'm not ready. I can't yet. I'm not ready. This place reeks of death. I need more time.
You sensed it too, did you? The spirit is need another way. Here we go.
Mm. Any idea how people were resetting their instance super duper quick? Because you can't like control click or anything to reset the instance here. But I saw people doing it to farm the beast. I'll just look up a fucking guide, I guess. So annoying. People keeping this shit secret. Maybe it's like our respawn at checkpoint. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm thinking it's that. Nope. Say, hey, Star. Too bad. I was wondering with something else as well. Elemental resistor. That's pretty wild. Trail of ice. Elemental resist. That'd be really good for the tornado build. Oh. I wonder how the explodes nearby corpses would do. That's some shit I feel like that could be busted. Nope. I wouldn't mind getting one with like the temporal bubble too, because it's nice for projectiles. But who knows? We'll see what the fuck happens. Haste aura always bleeds. Cold resist. Just do the haste aura and like something good. Might be really hard to find a good one because when they have the haste aura, it looks like they only have one other modifier, which is kind of unfortunate. Hmm. Hasted and hinder aura. That's an interesting one. Wonder if they can have multiple auras. That'd be busted as fuck. But yeah, this is how you reset it, by the way. You go here and you respawn a checkpoint. If you kill the boss, he won't respawn. So you can't kill them. Is that what's going on with it? Because I don't know. I mean, people are going to be getting banned for doing that exploit. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe it's because a lot of people are wanting it and they keep boosting the price. I don't know. There's definitely some items like that are like always in the game that are like that. Hello, where the fuck's the boss at? Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna do this for. Might just keep my eyes open for fucking beast bosses. Something good. I need to find something to eat though. I am hungry, so I will be back. Oh yeah. There we go. This combo here pretty much means I can do poison stacking on the Amazon now. It only took, I think, messaging probably 120 people to get it though. So easy.
Yes.
Hello?
Hey, What's up?
Not much.
Cool. Yeah, how's the, are you at mapping and stuff yet?
Nah, I've just been messing with shit.
Mm. Yeah, I just kind of woke up.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. You're fucking around with like PoE stuff, right?
Yes, I'm streaming it
Oh.
as well.
Yeah, I see your stream. I just brought it up. I think I did, but put it up. Make sure I did not get it up.
Change me ways.
So I think I was briefly talking to you about like a weight goal that I wanted to have by the end of the month.
I don't
I don't
think
know if
so.
it was I was talking to you about like making short-term weight loss goals, I think. Unless I was talking to my dad about it. Well, anyway, my short-term weight loss goal was to get under 290 by the end of the month. I'm 289 now, so
Cool.
I need a new litmus. So I'm gonna aim for like 285.
All right. I don't know. I'm so a firm believer in the whole changing your lifestyle to be healthy and not aiming for a certain goal, because then once you reach the goal, it's over.
Well, I mean, I'm not. I'm reaching that weight because I have changed my eating style and habits. I mean, it's not perfect yet, but I have primarily switched over to, chicken and rice and um
And I wouldn't recommend doing that either. Like, I remember telling you before, like, but if it works for you, man, you do your thing.
yeah.
But making drastic changes like that and stuff, and like switching over to only eating chicken and rice and stuff, that there's literally no way that's gonna last. It just that, but that's my opinion. I hope it works for you.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I order when we go out to eat anyways, because I just like chicken.
Oh yeah, chicken good, chicken real good.
I did get a steak last time we went out though, but it had like rice and shrimp and stuff too. So it was kind of like a surf and turfy meal.
Yeah, like I'm not trying to like pop your bubble, you know what I mean? As they say,
Well,
but you just see this kind of stuff happen all the time. People try to make crazy, drastic changes to their life because they want to, lose a little bit of weight or something like that, and then either they lose the weight and then they reach their goal and then they fall back into eating junk food and gain it all back, or
yeah.
they're unable to keep the drastic changes that they've made in their lifestyle to be able to reach their goal.
Mm. I mean, I don't know, man. I've only made a couple of steps, and that's just
Oh yeah, I mean,
when I'm eating and going to PT.
yeah, yeah. But
Pretty much it.
like I told you, everyone's different. So I mean, you might be able to do it. It might work for you. I don't know. You have to try it out.
With my track record and everything else, you're probably right.
I'm really firm believer in the whole trying to change the lifestyle and have it as an open-ended goal, kind of like how I do it. I mean, I want to get healthy. I'm not setting a weight goal. I'm not setting a calorie goal.
No, I haven't
I'm
even
not setting
touched.
I want a six pack goal or any of that kind of shit. And I'm not like super changing my diet or anything. I'm just keeping it in my mind when I go to eat. Like, I've already had some sugar today. Probably, I don't need that right now. Just that kind of
I
thing.
mostly I'll just look at the calories on the pack, and then I'll just look at how much sugar's in it. That's generally how I look at something. I mean, if
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna eat a sweet treat, I'm gonna eat a sweet treat. I don't give a fuck.
And that's
But I
fine.
don't really
Just,
do it. I
I
don't
would
do it as
just,
often because I feel satisfied only eating so much.
yeah, and I would say like just try to keep it in mind. Like, I've already had a Pop Tart today. But I don't need another one.
I told
That
my
kind of
mom to
thing.
stop buying them.
I mean, Pop Tarts are good. I eat 'em. I eat toast
No,
strudels and
because
shit.
what's gonna
So,
happen is I if the Pop Tarts are there, I'm going to eat them. So there are certain things that there's certain foods that I'll eventually get sick of, but I don't think Pop Tarts is one of them I'd like to have because I would like to have the occasional Pop Tart, maybe get one of those small boxes. But I don't know. I'm
mhm.
just
I
I'm
would
just
really
saying,
just try to take
I'm
small steps.
I haven't even like taken a step yet though. That's it. I've just been going to PT
Well,
and
you said you switched over to eating only chicken and rice. That's a massive step. And it's too
well,
big of a step, in my opinion, is my point.
yeah.
Like, if I were you, I would be more of like try to swap your meals every once in a while for chicken and rice. Like, 3 times a week or something like that.
Okay.
Just lower your general intake of calories and try to, eat more protein. That's all it is. No big deal. You don't have to make a
Mm,
massive change. So like just switch it over to like a carnivore diet out of nowhere kind of shit. That never works. That never works.
I'm not thinking of doing anything crazy drastic in terms of, ooh, I'm gonna try this diet. No, I'm gonna try this diet. I just don't have that in me. I just
Yeah,
want to.
just go easy. And then try to have the goal in mind of getting healthier.
Yeah.
There's no limit to that. There's no bottom end or high end to get healthier. That is a generalized goal where you can just have it in your mind that you just want to be healthier.
I was listening to a bodybuilder, who's also like a sports physiologist, that Dr.
You gotta be
Mike guy.
careful with that. Yeah,
I take it with a grain of salt. And he's like, he's basically saying people who have a very sedentary lifestyle, they have nothing but advantages to gain by by exercising. And if you can't exercise, if you're limited to exercise, then just do the best you can and lower your caloric intake and you will shred weight off. Like, he's basically just saying do the best you can and it'll come up.
yeah,
I mean, that's at least what I gathered from it. And he's a bodybuilder.
yep. Yeah, I've heard of him before. Andrew just talked to him about him a lot.
Oh, did he? I didn't know that. Let's see, I got tomorrow pretty much off completely. Thursday and Friday I have to go back to PT.
Yeah, I would say try your best to try to memorize some exercises that you're able to do at
They
PT.
have a sheet for me that
Yeah,
they
that's
sent me
good.
home with.
That way you can kind of figure out the kind of shit you can do.
Hmm.
Where the fuck did that gym go?
I can't do a whole lot of hip stuff right now. They're trying to like do it very gently, so I'm not hurting myself, and they're doing it manually, like, because they've seen the MRIs, and they go in and she did something cool today. I don't know if I told you about this. I think I told my dad about it, but she put, those wedges that they use to like put your feet up.
Yeah.
Um, she put one behind me, so I was like laying on it. And then she also put like a neck pillow on it, and then she put a heating pad on it.
Cool.
And I was like, wow. I was like, I've never seen anyone use a heating pad while doing it. She's like, it's great. It helps stretch you out like twice as fast. So I'm looking into getting one of those heating pads.
Hell yeah.
Thunderous Leap. What's this tornado build that Lily's doing? I haven't really looked into
She's
it.
doing it. It's pretty much shit. It's been nerfed hard,
Oh,
but she's still trying to make it work. I don't know why.
oh.
Like everyone else who was playing that build's basically swapped off of it because it was bugged. It was bugged. Like it wasn't working correctly.
I do remember you telling me about
Yeah,
that.
and they fixed it. And, yeah.
Josh, you want to see an accurate video on my back pain?
Yeah, if you want.
Here it is.
You have to give me a few though. I'm middle of
Yeah, you're
doing
doing
shit.
stuff. Yep.
They're saying that I should use a fucking row amount, which is wild. Fuck it, I guess I'll give it a go. See how it works.
Yeah,
Yeah.
giving it a whirl. Get that Roa mount, dude. You gonna Roa these nuts?
I don't have any idea how it's gonna work.
Yeah.
Supposed to build up tons of poison. Basically how this build works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Hero of the Plague makes it like explode or some shit. Is that how it works?
Hot as a dog. Hold on.
Well, there are poisons going on.
Yeah.
That was wild, Spencer.
I think that ability you're using, I think it's your right click.
What?
Seems to be
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Big boom booms.
Yeah.
What's my crit looking like? Tight. Tight.
Wait.
Mana is a little bit of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I can see that. I see you still have to manually put sniper's mark on shit too, it looks like.
Oh, definitely. Super
So
awesome.
stupid.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's annoying. The crits, it's just the same thing that I was having before.
Yeah, you were having the same problem with this build, right?
Kinda. But this is a poison version.
Oh.
Need more time. Need more time.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely like a crit issue, which I'm not really 100% sure how to fix.
Yeah.
Just more accuracy, I guess, but that's only goes so far. What the fuck was that? It literally just 100 to 0'd me in the roll. Man, I
Yeah,
hate
I
that
saw
shit.
that.
Shit. Gonna die. think I'm fucking up. So weird. I'm not fucking up. Hmm.
The thrill of the hunt. Need more time. Lightning strike close. Need a moment. No rest for the wicked, eh?
Those are the things they fucking roll and yeah. Hate those fucking things.
Yes. Have to fucking die. Yep. I think I'm pretty done. I'm not enjoying this fucking Path of Exile shit at all.
Yeah.
So, I think I'll look into
Yes.
Aziz's build because he's doing pretty awesome,
Yeah.
and probably just go with that.
Yeah. It's probably a good idea.
Because that's 2 builds today so far that I've tested, and they're just ass. That one there probably does awesome once you put 5 divines into it,
Yeah.
but regular players not going to be able to do that, not this early.
Nope.
So that's just not going to happen. Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
Keep your eyes sharp.
I'm gonna catch you in the morning, man. I'm getting sleepy.
Stone.
Did you just say you just woke up?
Yeah, I'm tired again.
Damn, man. You need to get something like anti-narcoleptic medication.
Yeah, like Mr. Bean in that one movie, Rat Race.
It's something like that.
Yeah,
God dang, what the hell?
I don't know, man. I'm just tired. I haven't worked these muscles in a long time, so they're sore and
Oh,
shit.
damn. Yeah,
Alright, man, have fun. Try
yeah.
to at least.
Bye-bye.
to the forge with this one.
Oh, back cracking all up.
She's certainly optimistic.
What the fuck was that? This sure is enjoyable. I don't know about you, but I haven't noticed the witch being any easier to find. I just did a whole fucking loop. This shit's ass. It has to be because it doesn't feel any better, unfortunately. Oh well.
What do you some pretty things, yes? I like it. Don't drink the water.
I've changed my mind.
But yeah, pretty much at this point, I'm just gonna probably try to find a build that's chill to farm with. Like this one. And just get to mapping and just farm. Farm until something else is figured out or found out or some shit. Damn. How much is that worth right now? It's probably worth a bunch still, right? Only reason I asked is because it might be too early still for it to be worth like its actual like full price, you know? Oh damn. I guess now the question is if you want to use it or sell it, right? Holy shit. That's the thing. We don't really know. I mean, it probably will go up in price though, at least for a little while. That's what I would think. I guess it really depends. Do you have any like really big upgrades that you could buy right now to increase your power by like a shitload? Because then you got to factor in if those upgrades will end up being cheaper in the future too. Don't know. Damn, this shit sucks. I don't know. I probably wouldn't buy the Fourth Ascendancy myself. I feel like there would be more power in getting like some gear upgrades or something. Which build are you going again? Yeah. I'm not really that familiar with that, so I don't know. I guess it would really be up to you. Like if there's any big, crazy, powerful upgrades that you can get, that's what I would probably do. And then it's the decision of whether or not to save it for now and then sell it in like a day or two. Because its price probably will go up. Yeah, that's probably what I would end up doing. I would look into it and see if there's any crazy ass upgrades that you would be able to get. Like try to figure out what would give you the most power in your build, you know? If that's unlocking that last socket, then that's what I would do. But if there is like a gear piece that you could buy, or two or three gear pieces that are big upgrades, you could also do that.
My tribe could use
No, you don't need that anymore. You can use the perfect on it, and it'll give all the sockets. Yep, they made it so that you don't need to go up one at a time. Like even if you only had like see this oil grenade right here, if I used a perfect on it, it would give me all 5 sockets. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, super nice.
How can I be of
I have a different plan.
Yeah, there you go. Definitely a lot of power in using it. Man. Yeah, I figured it was that motherfucker. Oh hell no. Screw that shit. I didn't even do that on my other character on the last season. Just never felt like it was worth it. Yeah, that one fucking Chronomancer I had, that thing was worth like 1,400 divines probably, something like that. And I wouldn't vow my fucking skill gems. Oh shit, buyer's remorse. User's remorse. Trying to get a haste aura real quick. That'd be really nice. I have the spirit to use now. Shit, I don't know. I know like I like negative information about that build. haven't looked into it at all because I don't want to be swayed to make a third character. Yeah, I mean, kinda. I mean, it would still be an upgrade, kinda. So did you watch the Zizarin dev interview thing today? It was pretty juicy. Shit, I'd recommend watching it sometime. Yeah, yeah. I would definitely recommend probably throwing on a VOD of it or something at some point. Yeah, yeah. He did well. Seems like it's going to help. I hope. We'll see in the future because they said that there's already a bunch of stuff that they're going to try to add in. That they were going to try to add in really quickly, like soon, that they talked about. So we're gonna find out. Damn, man. Haystar is rare shit. Ooh, the heal allies and suppress foe recovery. Hmm. I don't know if that's better than haste. I think I'm gonna use the haste instead, just for like movement speed. Damn, that's a good one. But yeah, I would definitely recommend watching it. Like it was good. It was a little hostile at the beginning. Motherfucker. About to fall asleep. Sitting here doing this shit. I wish their proximity tangibility was an aura. That'd be busted as hell. Oh, shit. Hey, Star. I guess that works for now. I was really hoping it was gonna be something else. Nah, I'm gonna be picky. I don't want. I don't want to. I don't want a wasted one. Might as well be picky. What the fuck? Extra energy shield. Hmm? Oh no. I don't know. We'll see. I've already been streaming for 9 hours, so it's not it's a short stream. Yeah. We'll see though. I might be able to push through the first wall. Ooh, haste aura. Dude, that sounds kind of busted, doesn't it?
Face me!
Slurp. Okay. Cool with that.
How goes it? Another day, another treasure. Bit of a treasure hunter yourself, I see.
Hmm.
Take care.
Oh yeah, is it noticeable? Damn. That's what's up. To figure out what would be good. Yeah, meat shield would be good on it for sure. What else? So I can do that. Use loyalty on it. We'll see how that feels. Yeah, is cast speed an issue for that build? Wonder if maybe you can get more from the tree or something, you know?
I knew
Oh
it!
shit, Haystar, I can feel that. That's big. Yeah, I could definitely see that being an issue when you're like one-shotting stuff, but maybe when things get a little harder and you're like for like multiple groups, you might not feel it as much, right? Since the shit spreads with contagion.
Feel my wrath.
Really? Curious how they did that, if they were able to like reduce the duration of your curses enough. I could see it work, but hmm. Yeah, Hex Blast, always fun to play. It's really fun to play in Path of Exile 1. And basically, you attach the spell Hex Blast to a mine that you throw out, and the mine all the mines cast the Hex Blast.
Some powder?
It's super crazy.
Keep your eyes sharp.
Eventually, we'll have that. I hope. I really hope we have that eventually. Man, that is gonna be so cool. Oh my god. Fucking random stupid dead end.
These plants are deadly. The same fungus from back home, is it? Feel my wrath!
Wonder if they haven't brought out that patch yet, because it still seems pretty shit. This map and the bog both seemed pretty shit still, and they weren't supposed to be anymore. Oh, that's a fucking problem.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready.
Gonna die to fucking poison that I can't see on the ground.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Fucking poison.
Welcome. Some odds and ends. I'll take it. Farewell.
I've changed my mind. creatures make me wary. satchel is full.
Come on now, you can do it. Fucking load.
Mira, got some
Jesus.
cookies. I'll take it. Don't drink the water.
How can I be of you?
Nothing is set in stone.
Mm. Boom, 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 boom.
to the forge with this one. Nothing is set in stone. should find a larger soul core for this.
Upcoming changes are gonna be crazy. They released a fucking patch, or not? They patched notes for future stuff that's coming out in the next few days. Big shit. Big shit. Almost everything that Ziz talked about in the dev interview thing today is happening pretty much. Serious shit. It looked real good. Real. 301 accounts were suspended, by the way, for the ritual exploit, and they're suspended until the end of the current league. Apparently, they didn't actually, the currency made didn't affect the economy that much, is what they said, because most of that currency was still on those 301 accounts. So that's really good. Yeah, 301 people suspended. So deserved. They should feel lucky that their accounts aren't gone. Like gone. The super big shit. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Yep, super duper big stuff. I don't know. They're dumb as hell, I guess. Hold up. Yeah, they definitely made that shit pass through like multiple hands. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, here we go. That's it. Yeah, this is it. Probably just gonna move my homie over to the right side and just leave his ass there. So you now belong over here to the right side, okay? Yeah, it was down here at the bottom, right here. We have banned 301 accounts that were clearly exploiting. They will remain banned until the end of the current league. Thankfully, the economic impact outside of the banned accounts is relatively small. That's super nice. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit. This right here is a really big one. The arc buff. Arc now does a lightning explosion when it hits a shocked enemy, but can no longer inflict shock itself. It does not consume the shock. So, like a cast on shock arc or something like that could be some crazy shit. Eye of Winter now gains bonus elemental damage when passing through other elemental orbs, like Solar Orb, Orb of Storm, or Frost Bomb. I don't know. We gonna see. I'm pretty done testing shit. I've tested 2 different builds now, and they both turned out to be garbage. So I'm gonna let somebody else figure it out this time. And then once it looks good, then I'll try it. Incinerate's exposure duration has been increased to 8 seconds from 2. Damn, it was only 2 seconds. Mana Tempest can now be used with all spells and has been changed to cause empowered spells to split to additional targets instead of chaining or forking. I could mess with that. Frostbolt explosion radius has been increased by 50%. Ice Nova's freeze buildup has been increased significantly. Frostbomb exposure duration has been increased to 8 seconds from 5. Mana remnants has been changed to work with other elemental ailments than just shock. That's interesting. There we go. Oh yeah, they're changing the ignite proliferation, how ignite can like spread to other targets. Before it took 2 seconds of someone of a mob standing next to an ignited mob for the ignite to chain to the other one. Now they're bumping that down to 1 second. Which, hopefully that's enough to actually make it usable, but I don't know if it's going to. If it was like 0.25 seconds or something like that, 0.25 of a second, then I could see it being really good. Oh yeah, chaos inoculation, CI prevents bleeding. And the reason why that is because energy shield no longer prevents bleeding from being applied, which that's been a massive issue since the beginning of PoE 2. Is that if you try to put a bleed on something that has an energy shield, it literally would not work. Something with an energy shield was immune to bleed. So that pretty much is completely shit on all bleed builds. So now they're fixing that. So that's really cool. Oh, that's a really good one too. The passive clusters that grant you additional stun threshold based on your maximum energy shield now also increase your ailment threshold. That's really good. Yes, that way when you're running chaos inoculation, you won't be ignited, shield, and froze so much. That's awesome. What are some other notables? Spear duration. I don't know. Spear field duration. I haven't really used that, but it looked good. Oh yeah, they're buffing the temper weapon on the smith. Hopefully it's good now. Apparently before it was super shit. You'd sit there and you'd bang on your fucking weapon 4 times, and you'd only have four hits that were empowered, and you could barely notice any of the damage. Oh yeah, this one here was a good one too. The armor break being applied to players by monsters no longer has the 20% extra physical damage modifier that was intended to only be a buff to players. And we also reduced its duration to 4 seconds from 12 seconds. In addition, there was a bug where partial armor breaks were never being removed on players. Or off players, yeah. So there you go. Apparently there was a bug with armor break on players. That's awesome. And some ranger buffs, which I don't even know if they even need this shit. Stormcaller arrow now proliferates shocks to nearby enemies in a small radius and has had its AoE radius increased by 50%. Lightning rod damage has been increased by 30%, and their duration has been increased to 20 seconds. Lightning rod I thought was a crazy way to level up already. You use a lightning rod with a storm orb, and that shits on everything. Lightning arrow has had the radius by which it arcs to targets increased by 50%. So they're buffing lightning arrow too. Tornado shot maximum duration has been increased to 15 seconds. I haven't fucked with tornado shot, so I'm not sure if that's good or not. And this thing here is pretty big. Added a new support gem called Inhibitor that prevents charges from being consumed, but increases the damage of the supported skill by 4% for each type of charge you have. So basically, if you have like a barrage, which consumes frenzy charges, but you don't need it to consume frenzy charges to work correctly, you can throw this on there and it'll make it so that when you use barrage, it won't eat your frenzy charges. So this way you can kind of pick and choose which abilities will consume the charges. Oh, did they really remove it? That's unfortunate, isn't it? It was definitely super busted before for leveling. I remember using that all the way up on one of the playthroughs, just doing that combo. Delirium, Delirium encounters last approximately 2.5 times longer. That's a really big one. I know on some maps it's really shitty. Delirium just doesn't work correctly. They're adding more artificer orbs to different areas throughout the campaign. They're adding runes that give attributes. That's a big one. Hopefully it's not garbage, like one dex per rune or some shit. That's just, it's still gonna need to be worth putting in that socket, you know. Also updating all runes to also apply to wands and staves. This work will require adding specific mods for these items. We are unsure if soul cores and talismans will be able to be added at the same time, but it is our intention to attempt to make this change. Wonder what they're gonna do with that. Then this one is a really big one, finding rares in endgame. During endgame, a common issue is missing a rare in the corner of the map that you didn't happen to explore. In order to mitigate this issue, we have changed rares to show up on the minimap at all times. That is so huge. Please bring this out now. People have been wanting this since the very beginning. That way you walk in the map and you can like plan out your route and shit. Like, okay, there's these rares here. I'll just go hit them and hit bing, 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 bing. Pinball all the way through it, easy. Then they talk about removing 6 levers on the waterways. Hopefully that's enough. That one kind of sucks. That area sucks. And then they talk about fixing some monster speed on some really dangerous monsters throughout the game that are like really fast. They're gonna like chill out that movement speed a little bit. And that's about it. A lot of really good changes though. I look forward to seeing some bleed builds popping up because that was the whole reason why no one really played many bleed builds was because Energy Shield completely negated it. Yeah, so that's some good shit. Yeah, I wonder how long it's going to take them to start bringing those out. Because I'm specifically the map one. The map one, I'm excited for the map one because it really is frustrating as hell when you go all the way through a map and then all the way off to the side is one rare. That's it, all the way over there. That happening 100 times, 200 times really starts to build up. The anger really starts to build on itself. I need to get this character to maps though. It's gonna be pretty strong. I can already feel it.
This should fit in the generator.
Damn, those dudes hit way too hard. Way too hard. Oh yeah. Yeah, I really wish I had like the mental capacity to be able to take that and clip it and upload it on YouTube right now. Me going over the patch notes. I just don't have the energy. I don't have the energy to figure out how to do that shit. Wish I did though. That's all.
Here's your head. Some odds and ends we found. It's a here. Keep your eyes sharp.
Greet. I have a different plan.
Come on now, let's go.
Jealously count their secrets.
Here to help. Anything catch your eye? I like it. Bye-bye.
How can I?
I've changed my mind. change to my mind.
Oh yeah, in the maps. Oh shit.
Take your time. It's a deal. Don't drink the water.
Greet. Nothing is set in stone.
I think that's it for the refunds. I think we're good to go here. At this point here, yeah. I think that's it. We are good to go.
Creation and relinquish your warriors.
We want their queen. Some odds and ends we found in the jungle. Keep your eyes sharp. Keep your eyes sharp.
Now the true search can begin. Creatures crawl behind every stone.
Yeah, I was wondering what happened. I saw the I saw your name pop up. My first thought was, oh shit, he went back to town. But apparently that bug's been fixed. Yeah, I've been I think tomorrow I might switch back over to DirectX and see if it's fixed or not. Because my game definitely runs better on DirectX.
Warrior's heart.
I think that's next, isn't it? Hmm. Yeah, we gotta go change those around a little bit, don't we? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
Warrior's heart. is more disgusting than the last.
Whew.
How can
I have a different plan.
Hey there. I might try for you there.
Cluster grenades spit out multiple smaller grenades when they explode. Plasma Blast takes a long time to charge, but deals devastating amounts of damage. Siege Cascade fires a bolt at each enemy in the target area. Shock Burst rounds explode if they hit a shocked enemy. You can reload. Hailstorm bolts accumulate over time, even when they aren't loaded. Firing this skill launches all accumulated bolts at once.
Interesting. I think we getting close to sleep time. I'm starting to zone out. Holy shit! What was that? Oh shit. Whew.
Anything catch your eye? My tribe could use that. Be wary. You should know.
Don't ask where I found it. How is there light within this ancient ruin? Ancient fire! Feel my wrath!
Get the hell out of here.
What incredible and terrifying wonders!
Mm. Yeah, yeah, man. Mm.
I've changed my mind. Nothing is set in stone.
Alrighty, that's gonna be it for today. I am too damn tired. So, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'll be back on again tomorrow. Getting this character into maps, and it should be pretty smooth from what I've seen. What? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'll see y'all next time.